Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment you are going to hear the voice of a man who will tell you some tremendously important facts.
Welcome to the Reality Revolution. I am your host, Brian Scott. I am beyond excited to go over this material and read some amazing new material. We're going to read the new Nuctemeron and discuss the Nuctemeron, which is pronounced in different ways. When you listen to how they pronounce it, it's Nuctemeron, which I don't like. I like Nuctemeron. In any case, there is a very famous magical work called the Nuctemeron of Apollonius of Tyana. It's mentioned by Eliphas Levi, and it's this powerful magical system. There are some people that have actually taken it and turned it into a very powerful magical ceremony. So I recommend, if you want to read about it, there are several places that you can read about it. The magical ceremony is the Nuctemeron Gates. In particular, this particular work is fascinating because it's a channeling this person. It was originally written by the 12 hours of Apollonius of Tyana, and each hour had represented a certain trait or magical quality or potential within the human mind. And when you focus on these 12 things, there's an order to it, there's a power to it, much like the 12 disciples, which we see in the Bible. There are these patterns or potentialities within each of these, and this teaching is channeled in parts of this. The majority of this is called the new Nuctemeron, which is a completely different work, which sort of goes over the aspects of the Nuctemeron. But much of the teaching is so powerful. It's one of the more amazing channelings I've ever read, and I wanted to discuss it a little bit further. I had first heard of this in one of Damon Brand's magical books, Magical Protection, and he has a powerful ceremony where you bring up these aspects of angelic intelligence called the genius, which are portions of the angelic mind that you can focus on, like balance and fear, and I found it to be very powerful. And so I started to look to see if I could actually read the Nuctemeron, and it's related to Jacob Boehme. If you know about him, he was a very powerful metaphysical writer from a long time ago. There's so much information that you can get here. One of the few remaining writings of Apollonius of Tyana is the Nuctemeron, and is the most significant and least tampered with, having been played by Mr. John von Rickensborg as the day of God that shines in the darkness, or the God who finds himself trapped in the microcosm. It can be understood also as the new day that shines in the darkness, or the manifestation of God in human form, because it is the rebirth of the heavenly man within each one of us by 12 hours or steps, where each hour contains a substantial teaching that needs to be learned to serve as support for the following teaching, so that it can be built, the day of the Lord, by the man himself, seeker, the man who will become God. I'm going to read about the Nuctemeron and give you my own analysis first before we read this book, because once we do, you'll have a better understanding of it. There's so much to learn from it. The Nuctemeron is called the Day of God because he intended to rebuild and reestablish the existence of God in our lives forever, so that God might manifest itself fully in human form in the common man and modern living in today's world. The original text was translated by Eliphas Levi from Greek in a manuscript published called the De Vita et Morte Moises, and subsequently reproduced by Laurent Moschemius in his Sacred and Historico-Political Observations in 1721. The Nuctemeron signifies the day of the night, or the night illumined by the day. It is analogous to the light issuing from darkness, which is the title of a well-known Hermetic work. The Nuctemeron reads like this: the first hour, in unity the demons chant the praises of God. They lose their malice and fury. The second hour, by the duad the zodiacal fish chant the praises of God. The fiery serpents interlace about the caduceus, and the lightning becomes harmonious. The third hour, the serpents of the hermetic caduceus entwine 3 times. Cerberus opens his triple jaw, and fire chants the praises of God with 3 tongues of lightning. The fourth hour, at the fourth hour, the soul revisits the tombs. The magical lamps are lit at the 4 corners of the circle. It is the time of enchantments and illusions. The fifth hour is the voice of the great water celebrates the God of the heavenly spheres. The sixth hour is the spirit believes itself immovable. It beholds the infernal monsters swarm down upon it and does not fear. The seventh hour, a fire which imparts life to all animated beings, is directed by the will of pure men. The initiate stretches forth his hand and pains are assuaged. The eighth hour, the stars utter speech to one another, and the soul of the suns corresponds with the exhalation of the flowers. Chains of harmony create correspondence between all natural things. The ninth hour, the number which must not be divulged. The 10th hour, the key of the astronomical cycle and the circular movement of human life. The 11th hour, the wings of the genii move with a mysterious and deep murmur. They fly from sphere to sphere and bear the messages of God from world to world. The 12th hour, the works of the light eternal are fulfilled by fire. That's how Eliphas Levi described it. And in the supplemental material, they gave an interpretation that, first of all, to overcome evil passions and, according to the expressions of the wise Hierophant, compel the demons themselves to praise God. Secondly, to study the balanced forces of nature and know how harmony results from the analogy of contraries, to know also the great magical agent and the twofold polarization of the universal light. Third, to gain initiation into the triadic principle of all theogonies and all religious symbols. Fourth, to know how to overcome all phantoms of imagination and triumph over all illusions. Fifth, to understand after what manner universal harmony is produced in the center of the 4 elementary forces. Sixth, to become inaccessible to fear. Seventh, to practice the direction of the magnetic light. Eighth, to learn provision of effects by the calculus of the balance of causes. 9, to understand the hierarchy of instruction, to respect the mysteries of dogma, and to keep silence in the presence of the profane. 10th, to study astronomy exhaustively. 11th, to become initiated by analogy into the laws of universal life and intelligence. 12th, to fulfill the great works of nature by direction of the light. There are a variety of names listed in relation to these different hours, as well as different spirits and names, and we can discuss that perhaps at the end of this lecture a little bit further. So this sets up the background of this document we're about to read. The document is the New Nuctemeron, the 12 Hours of Apollonius of Tyana. It's the New Nuctemeron, and it is channeled. It's very, very fascinating and interesting. This work channeled by Marjorie Livingston, who is described as the ascended prophetess, recognized as divinely inspired and accepted as Holy Scripture by the Aquarian Church of Christ. The argument is the originals of this text were lost in the famous burning of the Alexandrian library, and these works are being resurrected because of their importance by the spiritual beings, which are described as Zabdiel, Archazael the scribe, Apollonius the Tyanan, Ashar, priest of Ra, leader, a philosopher of ancient Greece, and the Hierophant, the master of our group. Now, you don't really need to know all that. I explained what the Nuctemeron was, but this is just a psychic communication calling itself the New Nuctemeron. And as you listen to it, it will transform you. It's energetic in the same way as listening to Paul Selig talk, and it awakens something within you with each chapter. I find it very, very powerful. The New Nuctemeron, channeled by Marjorie Livingston. Preface. This remarkable script purports to be produced under the direct inspiration of Apollonius of Tyana. Apollonius was almost a contemporary of Christ, though according to his biographer Philostratus, he lived to be more than 100 years old, dying in the reign of Nerva. He had the reputation of being the greatest philosopher and thaumaturgist of his age. That being so, one would imagine that the difference would be clear if an English lady perfectly ignorant of philosophy or of Apollonius were to take his place, especially as her script is written off without pause or emendation. I venture to say there is no such difference, and that this contribution to human knowledge is in all ways worthy of one of the greatest minds that ever functioned upon earth. Of course, it would be easy to pick a sentence here or a sentence there, which would make such criticism seem exaggerated, but I am alluding to the massive general effect of the book, an effect so lofty that it would take a considerable contemporary brain to appreciate it fully. Yet Apollonius is conscious that it falls short of his true knowledge, and he says, "I cannot pour the eternal wisdom of the cosmos into a vessel of flesh and blood, but as I am enabled, thus I do." The book can, I think, stand or fall on its own internal evidence of authorship. We may fairly ask, if it is impossible that this scribe really wrote it, then who did? Vague talk of the subconscious self will not help us. There is the document. Does it correspond with the alleged author, or is it the unaided work of an English lady? There is, I am told, some extraneous corroboration, messages received independently through other mediums, but the book itself is its own best proof of high external inspiration. Arthur Conan Doyle. Side note, Arthur Conan Doyle is the author of Sherlock Holmes, and he wrote the preface to the book. Explanatory note. I feel that in seeking publicity for this small volume of inspirational script, it is necessary to insert a short account of its inception and of my own small part in its achievement. No planchette or Ouija board has been used in the production of this writing. It has come to me clairaudiently, each word faint, yet distinct, within the mind, as is the memory of notes which comprise a tune. As a rule, the language has flowed fluently, without pause or interruption, and with such rapidity that it has taxed my clerical powers to the utmost. At other times, the sentences have come word by word with appreciable pauses, so that it has been impossible to follow the sense of the context until the whole paragraph could be read over. The new Nuctemeron took 6 weeks to complete. I wrote about 5 days each week, between 10:30 in the morning and midday. The only light allowed me was a small red lamp. With regard to the identity of the control under whose influence I have worked, I do not wish even now to be dogmatic. He came to me after I had been engaged in psychic writing for about a year, and gave me his name as Arthur. I was definitely aware of his presence, and of an influence which differed in many ways from that exerted by my previous guides. During the first pages of our work, he referred repeatedly to Apollonius of Tyana, who was then scarcely more than a name to me, and these references were so intimate in nature that I began to realize that he spoke thus of himself. There may be others who, like myself, are somewhat prejudiced against the use of great names in the seance room for the reasons, firstly, that they savor somewhat of sensationalism, and secondly, my guide desires to remain incognito under the pseudonym of Arthur. I cannot leave this subject without reference to that other control who has assisted in the production of this book. I refer to Zabdiel, whose name will be familiar to all readers of the Vale Owens transcript. It was my most profound gratitude is due to Mr. Vale Owen for his kindness in establishing the accuracy of these messages and the identity of the guide. Had it not been for the sympathy at this juncture, the work would have progressed no further, for it requires the utmost faith to believe oneself to be a medium, and at the outset I was only too ready to receive other and more material explanations of the phenomenon accorded me. I wish also to express my grateful thanks to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and also the Reverend Dr. Lamond for their unfailing sympathy and encouragement, as well as for their confidence and true source of inspiration which has given me the courage to bring this work before the public. I do this now with great diffidence, knowing only too well that in many passages I have been a bad scribe, and that I have obstructed or modified or even distorted the flow of wisdom poured into my dull ears. My present hope is that this volume may reach one or two of whose hearts, like mine, have sought for truth, and that they may be comforted and enlightened as I have been. The new Nuctemeron. The 12 Hours of Apollonius of Tyana. Greeting. We write not to give you all that can be told, but rather to give a key to mankind, that each may unlock for himself the door of secrets which he needs individually. The key then is given into your hand. Use it as you are able, and to him who is skillful the more shall be revealed, and to him who is unready he shall not know how to open the door of the mysteries, even whilst the key is within his palm. The tree is growing in the garden of each initiate. I cannot take of the fruit for you, but every man must gather for himself and eat. Therefore this book reveals only that which is sufficient to indicate that which is concealed. Seek then, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. We who have traveled through many incarnations greet you with love and understanding, striving to pass down to you that which is most needful at the present moment of evolution. Zabdiel, Archaziel the scribe, Apollonius the Tyanian, Ashar, priest of Ra, leader, a philosopher of ancient Greece, the Hierophant, the master of our group. Chapter 1. The Hour of Preparation. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, Amen. I, Archaziel, salute thee, daughter. It has been the way of the world that when a new truth has illumined mankind, it has been established as an isolated doctrine, recognizing no satellites, no other suns, but nullifying all previous lights which have dispelled the gloom of former ignorance. It is not the teachers of new revelations who have so trampled upon the labors of their predecessors. It is the fanaticism of their disciples that has suffered no commingling of doctrine. The Christ himself destroyed nothing except the perverted interpretations of man. Hence, the modern world, living professedly in the light of the world, has systematically ignored the fund of wisdom which was already known to the earth in the days of the Christ. He did not need to teach philosophy of the ancients. It was already accepted fact. Therefore, amid the stimulus of transcendent gain, mankind voluntarily discarded much by which it would have profited. The Christ did not come. No lesser teacher has come to supersede existing light, but to add to the sum total of its beam. I, therefore, Archaziel, who dwelt in the world in the days when knowledge and philosophy were prized among men, give you herein some outline of the phrase of eternal truth, such as we perceived it, and to which I have added some store of wisdom, such as I have acquired in my passage through the spheres. I have unlocked a forgotten tome of knowledge, and I have added a new page. I cannot pour the eternal wisdom of the cosmos into a vessel of flesh and blood, but as I have been able, thus I will do. Amen. Write for me, and I will reveal much that has been hidden hitherto, and which it is good that the world should understand and consider. So small a planet in the infinities of space, is it not good that out of these infinities it may draw unto itself somewhat of wisdom and the knowledge of such realities that exist, not only without the bounds of its own atmospheric aura, but also within the composition of its own matter? Science is the revelation of God. Dare you refuse her teaching? Dare you oppose to it the tawdry traditions of your own fabrication deduced from a misreading of the Holy Writ? That which is written of the Word of God has been set down by the mediumship of men, and man, so far from being infallible, was never a faulty instrument, since his knowledge was bounded and his nature self-opinionated. The true voice of God, the Word of God, is in the human mind. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. This is a matter of which I would speak, a subject beyond your knowledge, either religious or scientific. The composition of the human mind. It is this organism which is the true ego, which enlivens the otherwise inanimate matter that constitutes the human body, and which escapes at death to manifest in matter analogous to other planes of existence. It is this life spark which has eluded the research of all scientists and which the theologians can only explain as coming from God. This, in its essence, is true, but it is not the whole of the truth. The life spark emanating in the first place from the Creator assumes that condition which we know as personality. In this process, it absorbs into its organism a mass of material, the composition of which would be incomprehensible to you, but it nevertheless acquires it, and is itself influenced in its own essential substance and in its powers of perception. The whole of this process is invisible to you, and although some of the results are quite obvious and outstanding, it is never possible for you to realize the extent to which one ego or organism differs from another. You see plainly in plant life that one flower flourishes in the heat and another in the cold, due to the material organic difference. The same process is at work in the ethereal organism of the mind. It is the acquisitive power of the ego that enables it to draw certain characteristics from its parents, and even to express them in matter, i.e., in the formation of its material body. This simple illustration will convince you of the extraordinary scope that exists for differences of opinion and of action, and how impossible it is for an institution existing in the material world, as does the Church, to dictate an exact law or an exact creed. A man's faith is in his own mind, and so long as it is true, it is for him his creed. It behooves me to speak with you concerning those things which are not a common topic among you. You've arrived at the stage of your initiation, when you make contact with the divine essences and penetrate such matters as are shrouded within mystery to the present race, and have been left untouched by human minds since the source of learning in Egypt was destroyed. The neophyte shall enter into Nirvana, and shall write in the flesh that which is seen therein. The philosophy of Egypt is not lost, but slumbers. It is the teaching of the Lord. It teaches upon the mysteries of his universe, and contains wisdom that you do ill to lack within yourselves. The neophyte is born into the material world, ignorant in his conscious self of all that appertains to life. He knows not whence he comes, nor the essences of which is life in itself is the issue. His education arms him merely with exterior knowledge, with the perception of planetary laws. His brain is concerned with the visible world of matter, and the part he plays upon it that is tangible. Exteriorly, some reach not further than this, and are content. But the neophyte is not content. He sees around him a mass of living matter, functioning variously. He sees the heavenly bodies running their course. He is aware of his own body obeying the impulse of his brain, and of his mind reaching out toward a comprehension of these things. He would go further than this. He would analyze the life essences. He would penetrate into the mysteries of the creative principles. He would approach in all reverence God's book of natural law. This is the natural function of man. It is thus, and thus only, he aspires to Nirvana. I am here speaking of your world as a phase of existence. There are few who undertake the studies of the neophyte whilst in the state of progression. Nevertheless, the work is on the intellectual plane and is fitted to the conditions of terrene existence, since man therein receives a material brain through which his mental powers may function, and which is well able to deal with the phenomenon of matter. We are herein concerned with the descent of spirit into matter and the return of matter to the spirit. In the beginning, God. The story of the emanation of the life spirit from God and of its descent through the heavens is unattainable to mortals, and is contained in the mysteries which shall not be revealed until man has ascended into these spheres whence belong the unfoldments of the history of the ages. What angel forms the life spark of God first animated, we may not know, or how it became debased, but we read of an angel who strove to breast the current of divine love, and thus is revealed one aspect of the descent of spirit. It is of late that man has learned there is no integral solidity in matter, and thereby he achieves the knowledge that matter is a production of the functioning of spirit. All matter is a formation of atoms, which have attracted their affinities by their magnetic qualities, which latter also are spirit attributes, held in contact by cohesive force. In every analysis of matter, in every analysis of the atom, man must come back to the elementals of all creation, which so far as he is able to penetrate are electricity, magnetism, force, all of which are variations of the action of the life essence. The alchemist shall evolve his potions from elementals, which he may transmute and combine. He does not create, and he does not add one iota to the actual weight and mass of the substance he uses. He may liquefy gases or distill his liquids, but the atomic value of his actions remains unchanged. The elementals of the Earth planet existed in the cosmos before the creation of the world. The actual creation was the assembly of these atoms in their present form. Were the Earth planet destroyed today, the component parts that would continue to exist, but in their elemental state. Therefore, matter as man sees it is an illusion. Compact mass of matter will offer resistance to man's physical body, because that body in itself is another compact mass of matter, of independent substance, but similar density. Each is held together by its cohesive force, and will yield only to a force more powerful than itself. Nevertheless, there is no physical mass that can offer resistance to the life essences. These are the forces which assembled the atoms, and which are withdrawn from matter but not destroyed. The vital force which binds man or matter physically can be attracted towards its source. In this event, death ensues in the case of a man, and disintegration in the case of matter. Now, this life essence emanated from God is actively conscious. Once you have established this fact scientifically, you will have no further ado in believing in individual consciousness, surviving the disintegration of physical atoms which men call death. First, there is the consciousness of God, which we do not understand since we cannot conceive even the idea of a being so exalted, supreme, eternal. Then we know of cosmic consciousness, but we do not realize it. It is beyond the compass of our minds. But we know that a vital force emanating from the Creator, in itself creative, and I repeat, actively conscious, animates every electron, every atom, every phase of existence, not only in the Earth planet and in the universe in which it revolves, not only in the great visible cosmic arcana of the heavens, but also throughout all ethereal and spiritual existence, which is normally completely invisible to man for the simple reason that his physical body is furnished with no organs that are able to apprehend it. We come thus to individualize consciousness, normal and subnormal. The sub, or more truly the subnormal, is that section of individual consciousness which is aware of its connection with its affinity with the cosmic and divine, and is therefore unable to function fully in the physical body of the individual for the reason but now set down, i.e., the physical brain is not endowed with the capacity for its inclusion. This phase of individual consciousness is not affected by death, and may remain individualized through ages of existence, or it may, at the dictates of free will, become absorbed into cosmic and divine consciousness, which is the ultimate ecstasy. The restricted and active consciousness which animates the brain of physical man is that part of his vital ego which his terrene structure is able to contain, and which functions in daily life by drawing on one hand upon the inexhaustible supply of power and inspiration which is in the subconscious, and on the other, registering every thought and experience which is undergone by the physical man. The mind, that is the riddle of the ages, the riddle of the Sphinx, for which the initiate has descended beneath the arms of the Sphinx, that he may discover in self-denial and torture, in silence and abnegation, the absolute solution. The mind of man is God. The mind of man is a spark sprung from the Godhead and descended through infinities of space, modified, vitiated, incarnated in spirit substance, and finally incarnated in flesh, yet still God. That is the absolute solution. But it is not to be received into comprehension by hearsay. It is a conviction to be achieved by such as are willing to undergo the trials by which the supreme knowledge is come at. I speak here of the gamut of human conception, the utmost limits of the scope of human intellect. We know not when the human element shall become illuminated. Spirit descended into matter, and a human race is one of the many results of this divine phenomenon. But when humanity shall have completed the cycle and attained the sublimity of spirit is beyond our power to know, and we are content to leave such knowledge with God, the Supreme, the Omniscient, to whom be all glory, all praise, all honor now, and throughout the infinity of ages, which is the tomorrow of creation. The first purpose, therefore, of the neophyte is to discover the divine within himself. He must learn to distinguish the essences within his own ego, since each individual stands as the representative of all. If he would know mankind, he must know himself. He descends, therefore, into the silence. I, Arkaziel, proceed, and as we proceed we shall progress, for I have not the habit of this work and am accustomed to it less than yourself. The initial difficulty of our labors is that largeness of the knowledge of heaven cannot be encompassed within the limits, first of earth understanding, and secondly of earth language, which latter by now is somewhat strange to me, and I cannot use it with the faculty which I would. New inventions give rise to new words in which they are designated for your convenience, and here we have many things which in your lingo are nameless, and I am at pains to describe them, since you have no parallel to which I can like them. Therefore, see to it that you lay not too much stress on the word and structure of my speech, cavilling not that I say mind when I should have said consciousness, and similar differences of mere language. I have above spoken of universal consciousness, and it is not easy for you to conceive this state without coupling it with the idea of intelligence. With you, the cortical centers register the sensations of the physical body, and this active appreciation of experience you know as consciousness. The fundamental spark of life is conscious, but so far as we know, it possesses no brain cells through which it may express the intelligence which it has inherited from its divine source. It is moreover by nature acquisitive, and its progress into the realm of matter, it attracts to itself various atomic elementals through which it becomes enabled to function and develop from a fragment of animating force into an entity or ego. Descent, therefore, is essential to its independent existence. At this point, the entity is without knowledge or experience and is merely in the state that it will acquire selectively those elements by which it may function coherently, and is capable of registering experience and profiting thereby. It cannot in this condition amalgamate with spirit entities, since these are more complete in their development and have thorough experience, acquired minds, and intelligent consciousness. It is therefore obvious that its descent into matter is not complete. Its downward motion is as essential to its continued existence as its upward course must be. The ego, therefore, conscious but not humanly speaking, intelligent, divine in its source, but already modified by the elements which it has acquired for operation, seeks incarnation into a physical body. At this point, being ethereal in outer substance, matter is no bar to its progress, and it is able to animate the essences produced in protoplasm by parental humanity, and it therefore sets itself actively to acquire the physical elements necessary for its birth into existence on the earth planet. Therefore, truly, God created a visible man out of physical matter, the dust of the earth. And most truly was he also in God's own image, since it was the action of the animating life spark, come from God, which is enabled to vivify that which would otherwise have been immobile. The descent of matter itself from the divine essences to the physical compositions of earth, I will, if permitted, deal with elsewhere, as I will also with the descent and incarnation of a spirit into other realms and planets and into other states of existence. I am here concerned with conscious life as man knows it, and I wish to emphasize the fact that each unit of mankind must complete the cycle of existence before he can have fulfilled his destiny. With his incarnation into matter, the ego comes in touch with the forces of evil, with conscious emotion, and with definite physical experience, and as it is here, at the point of the cycle exactly opposite to the highest state from which he came, that his struggle commences, a stupendous struggle which shall eventually bring him back to the divine state. carrying within him intelligence, free will, personality, a capacity for the whole gamut of emotion, the power to enjoy eternal beatitude. Much may befall a man ere he can set his foot upon the upward curve of the great cycle. He may leave the flesh and return incarnate, and this for many reasons. Either existing evil elements in physical life returned him prematurely to his spirit state, lacking in necessary experience, or he had therein created some adverse condition that could only be rectified within its own elemental parallels, or perchance he might come to assist other spirits in travail in earth life, beholding their need and choosing rather to assist them than to consider his own immediate progress. It is into these conditions the neophyte must pass, in mind, ere he is enabled to make the ascent. He must consider that which is divine within himself, distinguishing between it and that which pertains to the physical man. The physical is not of necessity evil. Far from such, the carnal elements are required for experience, and in this sense are good, since their use is essential, but they are the means to an end, and in no sense an end in themselves. But neophyte must therefore be enabled to identify them and relegate them to the purpose to which they were destined. This is the first hour, of which wrote Apollonius in inspired wisdom. Know that on this side he is further enabled, and the knowledge of that man destined in his day shall not be withheld from the earth, if man will diligently but seek it. Arcasiel. So we begin with the first chapter. At the end he says it's the hour of preparation. It's the description of the neophyte being born into the material world, the way that ego is encased within the physical brain, and the way that the brain works, generating consciousness in this existence. It's talking about that life spirit moving into the body, solidifying as a separation of ego, yet made up of the vital force that is the oneness of all. It paints the picture of the spark of life as the conscious spark. We refer to this in other episodes as the nous atom, the thing that is at your core of your heart. This fundamental spark of life is conscious, but it possesses no brain cells through which it may express the intelligence which it has inherited from its divine source. The chapter tells the story of God creating visible man out of the dust of the earth. Now remember, the first hour, the demons chant together praises to God. They lose the malice and anger. And thus we conclude the first hour, the hour of preparation. You can see that Arcasiel's interpretation of this first hour, or the channeling of Apollonius, is quite different from the material of the original Nuctemeron. So we can either avoid talking about the Nuctemeron or continue to compare the two as we go along in the text. Chapter 2. Christ the Initiate. Arcasiel, January 22nd, 1929. Much inspired wisdom has been given to the earth, and the earth has been careless of its treasure. Those of the present generation suffer for the wanton acts of the foolish and the ignorant of past decades. It is our will gradually to replace that which has been lost. There have been examples already of this work among you, and those of us who lived and wrote at a time when the intellect was well esteemed among you are desirous now, out of our fuller knowledge, to write again, that this means of wisdom may not be lacking at this period, when the desire for gain has left mankind with little leisure for the pursuit of the true wisdom. The first manner in which a man becomes aware of himself as an entity is through the physical. He experiences the sensations of his physical body and registers them in his carnate brain. For a while he has no consciousness outside of matter. Ignorant of the source of his life and of his spiritual status, he identifies himself with the interest of the flesh, and the scope of his mind is encompassed by that which his brain can accommodate. His descent into matter is complete. Then, with the first overpowering emotion, the first inspiration from beyond the realm of flesh, cometh the first conscious stirring of the God within him. Not that which he is taught outwardly shall convince him. He may be told that his life shall outlast his body of flesh. that there is a heaven and a hell beyond the scope of his sight, where the just man shall be rewarded and the wicked endure the consequences of his misdeeds. But the neophyte should not be convinced thereby. His carnate brain may weigh and accept these partial truths, and his passage through matter may be assisted by this moral support, but it is not thus he will gain his conquest over matter or his vision of the true nirvana. It is within himself that the neophyte must first seek. It is within the essences of his own identity that he will discover his divine origin and inheritance. It is only thus he can know himself as an integral part of the cosmos, an entity in the process of development, passing in his present state through a phase analogous to the larvae of an insect. What shall it know of flight by hearsay, this unwieldy segment of matter? It must feel the stirring of its wings within the carcass of its own body. Here, finding himself of God, the neophyte shall encounter the forces of opposition. He will become aware of evil not only outwardly, but as a potentiality within himself. Now the force of evil is a condition of opposition. The will of God, so far as we humbly may aspire to comprehend even one aspect of it, works in a cycle, carrying spirit into the realm of matter, there to incarnate, and drawing it again upward into the region of eternal bliss. It is our belief this cycle may be fashioned spiral-wise, so that there be no finality to man's progress, no limits to his supernal joys. Now I have made it clear hitherto that man possesses this divine force within himself, and that this same power permeates creation and is in itself the potent factor which we call life. This force, therefore individualized, is able to oppose itself to the main stream of force which works progressively in a cycle and is known to men as God's love. It is this fact of opposition which reacts upon him much as would the contact of two opposing electrical forces. He causes a state of perversion, not only within his spiritual organism, but in the ether, in his environment, and within the minds of his fellow men. The alchemist is familiar with the results obtained from the admixture of antipathetic ingredients, the results of a clash of essences. The results are not less disastrous when man, to put the matter in the simplest words, opposes his will to God's. Set about with evil, therefore, pertaining to the matter into which he was born, the neophyte is at pains to discover in his own being the trend of the divine essences, and to identify his nature and desires with the eternal current. He may not exalt his body or pander to its lusts, but the adulation of matter is retrogressive, and therefore is an action contrary to progress. He may not indulge in cruelty and selfishness, because the life stream of God is based on the principle of attraction, and is a manifestation of love. He must learn that the treasures of the world, the adulation of the multitude, the gain and the profit in material affairs, all appertain to matter, and as such are valueless and in excess retrogressive. In our day upon the earth planet, we emphasized our belief to such extent that we voluntarily mortified the body and despised matter in all its forms. I counsel you not to do likewise, for we know that matter also is his creation, though unprogressed in condition, and that the physical body is given by him to be cared for within reasonable limits, that the pleasures of the earth are not to be despised, since they are also his gift, and meet for every man's enjoyment. True pleasures of the earth planet are an earnest of the delights of paradise. I have digressed somewhat in order to make my meaning clear to you, for such a belief was not a part of my philosophy in earth life. The neophyte, therefore, finding the trend of the divine within, will find himself in natural opposition to evil forces, and will indeed have much ado to combat them, since matter at the present time has much degenerated, and the conflicting powers are much augmented by the strength of their ever-increasing numbers. Blindly they are working backwards toward the upward gradation of the cycle, but in the direction which leads to oblivion. O neophyte, affrighted by opposing power, dismayed by the darkness, take heart, for here is thy gold, tried in the furnace, and from hence shall thy spirit soar unscathed. Who hath deserved the nirvana of God, who shall adore the vision of the eternal Son, who had not come victor for the conflict and won the laurel crown? I have written of the first hours of the conscious life of the soul, when he has descended into the depths of matter and found the Lord God within himself, light and darkness within his own soul. Behold now, the neophyte must traverse beyond the presence of living matter into which he is incarnated, into the extreme depths, which is inertia. Before there can be resurrection, there must be death. Ere the neophyte can commence his ascent into Nirvana, he must plumb the extremities of the lower arc of the cycle of creation. He must dare the darkness of the hells and the furnace that shall destroy his fixed nature, that his conscious spirit may arise from the ashes, fit for ascent into the region of the blessed. Herein lies the achievement of the 3rd and 4th hours of his initiation, the descent through fire to death. Let us pause a while to consider this phenomenon. It has many systems of accomplishment. Obvious, and upon the surface of life for all to see, is the fact that the body of flesh must disintegrate in order to free the spirit, that it may seek the spheres of heaven. It is not with this aspect of the matter I am here concerned, but rather with the potentialities of the spirit while still occupying its fleshly body and manifesting in matter. This at the present time is of paramount importance, since we have the heavenly hosts over here discarnate, but only by reincarnation into matter can they become articulate to man. And this indeed is an agonizing work for one advanced in spirit life, to return and suffer over again the tribulations of earth. The initiate, therefore, who is willing to brave the forces of the elements to probe matter, even to its lowest potential aspect, which is inertia, to make the sacrifice of himself as an ego, that his being may be absorbed into the mysteries to which he penetrates, that he may be imbued with understanding, acquires by this his oblation, a divine wisdom that has enlightened mankind in ages now gone by, and shall enlighten them again in the ages yet to come. In our day, that is, when I incarnated upon earth, we were in a world that was much given to pleasure and debauchery, and through art and wisdom were perhaps at a flood tide on your globe, yet we lacked much that is inspiration to you now. The Jews looked for a Messiah, but this national expectancy was not of much moment to mankind at large. It was only with our discarnation came the knowledge of a divine prophecy, but newly fulfilled. The divine initiate, the Son of God, accomplished for you that same descent into matter, that same ordeal by fire, that oblation by himself once offered, that sacrifice unto death. This was the fulfillment of prophecy, the climax of esoteric teaching, the perfect example of initiation. We on earth were forerunners, proclaiming a master who was nameless and unknown. You are the followers of a divine leader who shirked no iota of the sacrifice and is present with you now, guiding the aspirant towards his goal, inspiring all who will but submit themselves to his leadership. His is not the sacrifice that others might elude the exigencies of service. Not so humanity shall gain nirvana. He suffered not that man might exclude suffering from the gamut of his initiation, for thereby would man be greatly the loser. For himself must each initiate make the descent, and for their own misdeeds must mankind suffer the penalty. It was because of their misdeeds there came the Son of God. I believe that even his contemporaries misunderstood the issues. It behooves me to consider how far I should digress in order to make the matter clear. Philosophy's wisdom, nay, even religion in those days were in the hands of the learned. That which was given to the people was given in symbols, and to the many it was incomprehensible altogether. The subject of initiation was a matter for the sages. Healing arts were practiced by magicians. Humanity as a whole was aware of no spiritual presence inspiring their lives, no personal God, who was a present help and understanding entity. To them came the Christ of God, the divine initiate, demonstrating day by day among them that the true essence of all philosophy, of all wisdom, is within the mind. You would say the heart of man, rather than relegated to his carnate intelligence. He lived the life of an initiate, lived it openly in the marketplace, the sacrifice wont to be offered within the secret places of the temples of Egypt. He made up on the topmost heights of cavalry, where all might see. He practiced the healing arts in gentle simplicity, without potions or incantation, aye, and bade others do likewise, as indeed they did, since you may read that his apostles followed him in this. Ignorant fishermen of Galilee, they achieved that which had been the monopoly of the learned and the mystic. Therefore, the atonement promises you not exemption from the effects of error. Had he so atoned, you would have lost the most potent of your means of progression. Nay, rather, he atoned for the fact of the presence of sin upon the earth. Sin is your spiritual darkness, and therefore it saith truly in your book that God cannot look upon sin. When all is dark, all is invisible. Therefore came the light of the world, that by his light the world might be visible to spirit eyes and acceptable in the sight of God. His pure light counteracted, atoned for, the darkness, in order that help might be sent more freely among mankind. Thus the dual aspect of the initiation of the Christ. First, the atonement of light for the darkness, and secondly, the divine example of how man might atone for his error and attain heaven thereby. Here we return to the neophyte, and to the meaning and the substance of the fire through which he shall pass. The initiate of Egypt, passing in his youth into the silences of the temples, evoked artificial means of undergoing a test on fire. He submitted himself to many kinds of ordeals, many of them dangerous to his body, and even to his life, many of them fraught with dangers to his spirit body by reasons of his deliberate projection of his ego among the spirit essences. He set himself to destroy his flesh as a detaining factor in his life, to overcome many of his natural exigencies and to deny its passions. He passed through the fires of ordeal that volitions of his body might undergo death, and his spirit self, untrammeled, rise to Nirvana. And having once attained a veil, then separated the initiate from the people, he stood alone, unapproachable, above them in experience and in wisdom. Nevertheless, each unit among the people was and is a potential initiate. To each one, ignorant or learned, rich or poor, comes the same descent into matter, the same manifestation of spirit within the flesh, the same ordeal in the melting pot of life, the same destruction of their fixed nature, the same uplifting to those who overcome. I do not belittle the initiate in this, his courage, his steadfastness, his faith, nor do I belittle his wisdom and his knowledge, which can greatly benefit mankind. But among the beatitudes of Nirvana, I have learnt that the people are not despised, because the initiate is exalted. Some there are among the least of the earth's little lives who have passed through the terrors of a far more rigorous initiation than any undergone within the portals of the temple, and are risen among the blessed of God. Herein I am unfolding to you the necessity for suffering upon the earth. The man who descends not those last steps of involution through fire to inertia is static, stationary. He is not progressing towards the divine essences and the spheres of light. I speak of existence as a whole. A man may suffer more than one incarnation, and only once need he make the descent. I cannot make this quite clear to you, but it is certain that during its existence the ego must touch that lowest point of the arc, the omega of the universe. Only so he may rise, only so he is fitted to rise. On earth your prizes are not given to those who reclined at ease while the race was run. The neophyte, therefore, having discovered the force that is within his nature, now learns its application to the elements. Surrounded by fire, he learns to control it. He learns to transmute the elements and to become the master of matter, of which himself, physically, he is a part. Force may destroy mass and reduce substance to its elementals. The elementals may be reassembled to form different substances. Knowledge accumulated within the brain cells may inform man how this may be done, within certain limits of space and variation, but it is only the mind of man, the spiritual force within his ego, that shall control the elements. The chemist shall not hold burning coals upon his palm and remain unscorched, but the psychic may do it. From the unknown past, it has been done by the initiates and regarded as a trick by the ignorant. All matter is interpenetrated by force, and the only power that shall control it is the corresponding force within the mind of man. That life element is of God, who has given to mankind control over matter. The Master said, "By faith ye may move mountains." What is faith? The world will say it is belief in this dogma or that. It is not so. Faith is the consciousness of the life force, the immense potential power within the ego. This force is linked with the cosmos, with the spiritual, with the supreme, and as such, has supreme power over matter, And more than this, it has the ability to draw upon the infinite for replenishment. It would be dangerous, most dangerous for man to realize this power in his present state of existence. Scientists are probing towards this discovery, but it will not be permitted to them until man is fitted to receive it. At the present time, man is greatly encompassed by evil. This is not a necessary factor in this descent. The extreme point of inertia to which he must reach is negative. It is the complete nullity of all force. It is the inertia of matter when the force within the atom has been withdrawn from it, but it is not of necessity evil. It is those who have failed in the first hours of their initiation, who have turned back in self-seeking or cowardice and opposed themselves to the current of eternal love, which flows through involution to evolution. It is these who have permeated these conditions with evil. Until this condition is remedied, man must for his own sake remain ignorant, or he would destroy himself in the matter in which he functions. Yet because of this necessity, it behooves it not that the initiate who has attained to a greater knowledge should not seek to enhance the power within himself. Nay, for this he should strive the harder, for whether he will or no, and whatever walk of life he may be in, the staff of the pastor is given him, and he it is who shall lead the flock. That which science shall not discover yet, the mind of the individual may discover for himself, and he shall become Superman, Arkaziel. So we get with the second chapter that the hours of this new Nuctemeron are an explanation of the path of life that we go through. The first being the hour of preparation, entering into flesh from the spirit world, and the second is moving out from the spirit world and controlling matter, becoming controlling of the matter. The second hour from the script by Eliphas Levi says, through the duality, the fish of the zodiac Chan, praises to God, the fiery serpents entwine around the caduceus, and the lightning becomes harmonious. So it's a moving on from just yourself into body and combining with the elements around you, gaining control over the fire, over the matter, being able to move mountains. That is the process of this second hour. So we see the process of mind becoming matter, becoming physical body. The mind-body-spirit complex is being formed in these first 3 hours. Chapter 3. The Nature of Evil. January 28th, 1929. Arkaziel. And now in speaking of that last downward step, the neophyte must take care that he can reach the ascending arc of the cycle. We strive to postulate a condition of inertia. This is a state of absolute abrogation of all force, a complete neutralization of all currents. To conceive the possibility of inertia, it is necessary to discern the constituents of matter. Matter exists as a production of the prevailing law of attraction. This is the name which science has given to the primary dynamic force, which is the author of creation. The religionists transpose it, in other words, in saying God is love. Your Earth planet retains its place in the sun's orbit by the power of attraction. And by the same law, the sun itself retains its position in relation to the great central sun by you unseen and undiscovered. Again, the Earth itself would be stripped and disintegrated by centrifugal force were it not for the same law working within its structure, which by mutual attraction holds its elements in orderly alignment both with regard to physical matter and also the properties of its aura. Matter is the outcome of the mutual attraction of atoms. The atom itself is the production of the attraction of the positive nucleus and negative electrons within its composition, an attraction so powerful that all man's efforts have failed to break the power of this affinity even among particles so minute that it has challenged the skills of man to discover an instrument which shall render them visible to human eyesight. The deepest man can delve into the structure of the atom will yield him the observation of force. He will arrive at this potentiality whichever way he directs his researches, because infinity is less a matter of space than of condition, and vital force is the condition farthest removed from the physical that he will be able to apprehend until the nature of carnate man himself is further advanced in the scheme of progression. Electricity and magnetism are but the manifestations on the physical plane of the underlying power. Matter is a condition of elements in combination with one another. The same elements may produce different forms of matter. Hydrogen combining through natural attraction with oxygen will produce water, but the same element united with carbon produces methane, by which is proven the nature of primary elements is not necessarily the nature of the substance they will produce by amalgamation. You behold physical nature as substantial because your own body is composed of that combination of elements which has affinity with your surroundings. In other words, the rate of the vibrations of the physical substance of your visible self corresponds to the rate of the vibrations of visible nature. This does not mean to say you are not surrounded and encompassed within and without by matter of a high vibratory rate, which is invisible to you because it lies outside the compass of your physical senses to discern. That which is visible to you as matter is impelled by a comparatively slow rate of vibration and is therefore subject more noticeably to disintegration, from which it has no power to reassemble itself in its original form. You are conscious of this substance in three states: solids, liquids, gases. These terms are relative. There is no solid existing on your planet. If aught were not atomic in structure and interpenetrated by magnetic properties and vital force, it would fail to respond to the law of attraction within the structure of the earth, better known to you as gravitation, and would be whirled from the earth's surface by centrifugal force. There are many states of matter, of which the so-called solid we will take for the moment as the lowest rate of vibration known to you normally. Liquids and gases increase in rapidity of vibration, and beyond this human sight fails to receive impressions. Beyond these forms of matter, nevertheless, are other forms, legion in number, the nature of which are impinging in the lowest degrees upon man's consciousness. Contacting with the gases is astral matter, which becomes chemically visible in aura. Beyond this is the mental plane, where the thought of man takes shape in definite images and is able to impinge upon the auric elements and influences them. Beyond the mental world is the spiritual world, and beyond that, we have no exact knowledge, save that we believe that therein man arrives at a state of requited attraction, which is ecstasy. But ere he can aspire to take but one step towards the perfect balance of the elements, he must discover the neutrality of the elements, the negation of force, inertia. He cannot find it in matter, nor in the elements. Where then shall it be found? The vibratory emanations of evil, depleted of their vibrations, these are inert. Evil thoughts feed upon the minds of those who offer them nourishment. Vampire-like, they withdraw the magnetism from the ego, that unconsciously, yet because of the affinity of his own soul with darkness, is willing and able to give. The world has been taught that evil is a hypothetical condition which controls a part of the universe. Evil is a chemical property. Its natural functioning is upon the mental plane, whence it impinges upon the spiritual on the one hand and the astral upon the other, through which it reaches the physical body and earth conditions generally. Because of the rapidity of its vibrations, it is not recognized as a definite product, since it can be perceived only by the results of its operations. Dirt, vice, disease, these are the products of the action of evil visible in matter. I have already explained to you that the origin of evil lies in the fact that certain organisms containing the germ of divine life have, in the acquisition of independent knowledge and free will, turned back against the flow of magnetism or love, or whatever you will call it, which according to divine law works in cycles or spiral-wise in an endless stream of progression. This state of opposition thus set up causes contact and collision between fragments of life force, which are individualized within the developing entities. This causes a definite clash of elements unseen on the physical planes, because your senses are not attuned to register the phenomena, but the reality of the occurrence is not impaired thereby. Now, this untoward contact of elements has the effect of changing the chemical combinations of the constituents and conditions which are hurtful to humanity and its environment are consequently set up. Evil becomes established. Man's continued self-willed opposition adds to its potency. Evil vibrations of opposing thought and will emanate from man's brain, and by their magnetic properties draw to themselves various chemical matter which increases their potency. Let this be clear. The elemental constituents rightly combined were good, as they were destined to flow united within the life stream. No combination other than good was possible to them. Once, however, the life force itself, directed by individuals in which it had incarnated, was turned against itself. Then the collision split up the divinely organized combinations, and atoms of unsuitable ingredient combined, causing hurt and damage, not only within the scope of their own plane of activity, but penetrating even into the heart of matter. Man, suffering from the results of his own folly, was helpless. The causes of his discomfort was so far removed from him physically that he could not even recognize their existence. It needed those wiser than he to cope with the danger and release from the prison in which he had inured himself. Now those entities, or divinely begotten organisms, that have incarnated and regained consciously the spirit state, are able to contact all conditions of vibratory matter from their own sphere downward. They can condition themselves at will in order to bring any state into visibility. They have encountered the divine essences and are able to recognize them within matter. He shall give his angels charge concerning thee was not only a poetical phrase denoting religious comfort, it had its basis in practical and scientific reality. Those dwelling is in the heights concerned themselves with the remedial efforts within their power to encompass in order to eliminate the conditions to which humanity had given rise. In this they are greatly hindered in their endeavors, since they may not impinge upon man's free will, through which alone he is enabled to individualize and is thereby a conscious being, a potential inhabitant of Nirvana. In coming to their work, we come back to our starting point, which is inertia, for it is through the neutralization of force and elements these spirits of the temple are able to help mankind. The power is ever held in check, both in the auric spheres of earth and in the mind of the individual. Once mankind in unit or in mass withdraws his volition, then the evil emanations which contact with him are unable to draw further nourishment, when they are rendered negative by spiritual reaction and fall into inertia or death. Therefore, not but that which is wholly evil shall undergo the second death, of which wrote the Apostle John. Not but that which is evil shall become inert or be destroyed. God is life, therefore that which is of God shall endure. The last downward step of the neophyte in involution is at one with the turning point where he sets his face towards the divine. At 1 hour with death is also the resurrection and the life. Fear not that the vortex which is the melting pot, for verily that which is divine shall arise therefrom unscathed. At physical death the soul of man shall arise comparatively through degrees of progression, while his body, comparatively inert, in reality analogous to the earth from which it was evolved, shall return to the earth as all matter, having affinity, must reassemble. At the second death, evil shall perish in absolute nullity, and the soul be received into the state of absolute good, the Nirvana of God. O foolish generation, which insist that this and this of the chemical extraction and this emotional. All within your scope of contact is chemical in its action. The emotions of man have a potent chemical influence within his own physical body apart from their enormous reaction upon his astral aura. The secretions of the glands affect not only the body, but the character of a man. They're able to give prolonged youth and impinge upon his mental tendencies. Whence come these secretions? They may be treated from without, a fact which alone proves man may not suffer eternal judgment upon the evidence of a physical existence in which he had control only of the partial consciousness which has its limits within the cortex of a human brain. The glands are also, per contra, affected by the emotions. What are the emotions? The impinging of higher chemical agencies upon the life force or mind of man. It will doubtless come as a shock to some that I should speak of a religious inspiration, among others, as a chemical agency. This I will explain. Contact with higher powers reaches the mind, and through the mind, the brain, as a thought. Thought is definitely chemical in its action, not on the physical plane of chemistry, but upon the mental and astral, through which it contacts gradually with slower vibrations through the intermediate states. Why, say you, there is oxygen in man's lungs? You cannot see it. You cannot smell it. Yet your researches have proved its presence. At one time your researchers had not arrived at this point of achievement. Then why deny the existence of other elements within that elaborate organism, the body of man? Why blind yourselves to all that is out of reach? Each year brings its own discoveries. Why deny that which is not proven? Martyrs have been sacrificed upon the altar of knowledge, as well as upon the altar of religion, and the years have acquitted them. Let us for a moment review our points. The law of gravitation is in fact the affinity or attraction existing between the atoms, which compose alike the physical body, both human and animal, together with all surface matter, both vegetable and chemical, and the atoms analogous in vibration, which compose the body of the earth. This force of attraction is the cohesive power which holds all which appertains to earth within its own limits, and is manifest not alone in geological compositions and upon the earth's surface, as in direct defiance of centrifugal force, but also throughout the earth's aura, better known to you as the upper air, beyond the confines of which physical man is not able to pass. And secondly, let this be understood. Matter in visible form is illusory. You behold rocks and stones, the sea and the stars, but you cannot behold the etheric waves, oxygen, and other aerial matter. So in the human body, you behold the part and not the whole. The part visible to you corresponds to the material of the Earth planet and is attracted and wielded by that magnetic life force, the true body, which permeates it like water within a sponge. The brain, the glands are all operated by this magnetism, and physical operations from without merely tend to modify or enlarge the vehicle through which the ego finds expression. Disease is the reaction of evil on the physical plane and reaches the body through a depression of the auric fibers. Healing should be effected as much through the mind as locally upon the body itself. Prevention lies within the power of the mind, which, not content to keep itself pure, must also be strong in purpose, thereby establishing a bright and powerful aura on which the forces of evil shall not impinge. It is within the scope of human power to resist the ravages of fire, of blows, by the same means. It can potentially collect such an amount of etheric pressure that physical force is thereby rendered impotent. This is a condition man has not attained as yet, but it lies within the radius of his ability if he choose but to acquire it. Not in one generation shall he succeed in this, but each step forward is a birthright he may hand down to his children. These things may show you, even but a little, how fully the love of our Father equipped the world in the dawn of its creation. All possible human needs were foreseen and provided for, yet man would not abide within the stream, but sought to forge his own way through time and space towards a goal of which he could have no knowledge. Enough. Therefore, with this wisdom must the neophyte be equipped, ere he attempts the ascent into the heavens. He has learnt of his own involution, his incarnation into matter, and the nature of the substance into which he has been born, and how he may seek to control it for his own good and for the wealth of mankind. He is ready to seek those lands with their conditions, their climate, which live beyond the etheric fields and out of reach of his imagining. Behold, our face is set upwards towards the skies. Rightly man looks outward from the earth plane, for the spirit world exists in ever-widening spheres beyond the confines of the aura of earth. These spheres widen ever, becoming interplanetary and eventually intersolar. Yet even this fact is a matter of condition as much as of geography. Not only is there space in the heavens for the astral body, but space for the mind. where those qualities in man which are beautiful shall enlarge unceasingly. There is no definite spirit body that man shall assume once and for all at death. Man's nature is not dual but threefold in relation to physical conditions. The primary element is the prana or life element. This develops around itself a mental condition built up of definite elements undistinguishable by yourselves, but known to you as the ego or subconscious self. This ego incarnates into the physical, and the physical and mental personalities grow together under carnate conditions. The nucleus of the ego, the life force, is not subject to growth, being in itself perfect, but only to individualizing consciousness. At death, the physical body reverts to the earth which bred it, and the mental state of the entity incarnates or manifests in such material as is suited to its development. There may be astral matter, as is sometimes the case with earthbound spirits, which accounts for their frequent visibility to those still incarnate. Others assume the substance of higher and yet higher planes. They may, on the other hand, descend into darker or lower states, in which case the material available to them for manifestation will be of a very low order. In every instance, the mind or ego will imitate automatically the appearance of the physical body as it appeared during earth life. The appearance of personality will be identical, yet greatly enhanced or modified by the quality of the material taken from the plane of its new residence and used for this new incarnation into individual spirit life. Those egos which assume an astral body will have, to you, the most normal appearance, since their new forms will have been assembled of material more nearly analogous to earth. Those dark spirits who seek the haunts of evil will be enabled out of those vicious and corroding chemicals there available to build themselves an ugly and contorted body which shall truthfully and justly depict the darkness of their own mental nature. These poor souls are subject to progression. With the destruction of the evil within their minds, with the withdrawal of the evil volitions on which evil matters feed, comes the corresponding decomposition of their contorted bodies. So, with the dawn of beauty and goodness within their minds comes the assumption of a new etheric or mental body corresponding to the new mental attitude, and analogies to the plane to which the new condition brings them automatically. From this point, there is no hindrance to their progress. There are none eternally damned. Could that spark of eternal life proceeding from the Father be subject to oblivion? No. Yet a man may give much of his mental ego and his conscious power to evil, in which case much is lost to him and suffers destruction. That which a man gives of himself for good, whether it be in act or thought or emotion, that shall be his for eternity. But that which is evil shall persist a little while, and then be no more, for this very reason, that the condition upon which it lives is relative and conditional only upon the perversion of the forces which, in essence, are altogether good. Evil exists upon the very power that must destroy it. Yet for a while it lives, and the vengeance it would wreak fails in its purpose, and because of its integral good, it begets in man those traits which he could in no other way have attained: courage, long-suffering, sympathy, and in so much greater a measure than elsewhere possible, love. Of this vortex of pain within the depths of matter, I speak only in passing, for it is the privileges of each incarnate soul to be a channel for God's power to bring help to those who suffer the ravages of evil. And the gain is great thereby, for they shall rejoice exceedingly thereafter, when they shall understand that those who have penetrated the lowest depths shall have the greatest joy of the heights beyond. Blessed is the shepherd who shall bring his sheep into the pasture. Let it be clear. Evil bodies shall perish because they shall be devitalized of the power that shall be withdrawn from them in order that it may flow again into the eternal stream of life. In this matter, a man may lose the individuality for which he has incarnated, and therefore help is urgent and necessary. The law of God acts through man, in man. It cannot contact directly from without, else the power, lacking insulation, must by reason of its very potency destroy. Man individualized is not subject only to the divine law, he is in himself a vessel of the law. O urgency of human need! For this, the Son of God incarnated, and the Son of Man gave his life. Amen. Archaziel. Now, I've done my best to sort of relate this to the original Nuctemeron, but it appears that this is way more than that, and the original Nuctemeron, or however it's pronounced, is not essentially related to this material, but the third hour of the Nuctemeron was snakes of the caduceus of Hermes interweave 3 times. Cerberus opens wide its triple throat and sings praises to God for the 3 languages of the lightning. And in Hermetic terms, the third hour represented the need for the candidate to win the guardian of the threshold, Cerberus, the 3-head dog which lies on the other side of the river Styx. In relation to this new Nuctemeron, it goes into the microcosm and the nature of atoms and power, the way the universe is put together and the powerful energies that are involved. There is a discussion of evil here as an unnatural force that is a result of individualized consciousness attracting energies. The nature of the universe is this law of attraction. We have a mention of the law of attraction in this chapter, and because of our individual consciousness attracting these negative energies, the evil takes over. Those things that we do in good and in love stay with us, but eventually the evil dies away. And there is a hint at the end of this chapter that those who fall into the evil realm can lose their own individual consciousness in the process of losing the evil that is within them. But you can see so far that we have, with the first 3 chapters, the process of man becoming conscious in matter, becoming aware and moving out to matter, and becoming aware of the nature and structure of matter and the forces that oppose it. Chapter 4. The Celestial Essences. Archaziel. February 2nd, 1929. And now, by contrast, the state to which the spirit shall ascend, who is purified and strengthened, shall not be less analogous to earth conditions outwardly, but as such forms as I have described were debased, so by contrast shall be greatly enhanced in beauty. The aspect of the spirit body shall in no way have lost its facial characteristics, its manners, its personality. Rather shall these be enhanced, since the mental attitude and the etheric waves of thought are able to react upon it. It must be remembered that this form is but a spirit body only in a relative sense. It is actually matter. This is also in a relative sense, which clothes the spirit which has yet only commenced its ascent and has not regained the true spirit world. That which is known to you as the spirit body is spiritual in relation to the material conditions prevailing on earth. It is a far higher form of expression. It is nevertheless a chemical production, though the chemical elements which compose it are of an entirely different order from any of those known to you. They are analogous to material elements and are penetrated in the same manner by the more purely spiritual. All the elements forming this body correspond to their environment. They are withdrawn from a particular spirit sphere or cycle for this purpose, in order the spirit or ego may be tangible and able to manifest normally in this sphere of activity for which his nature is suited. This is parallel with his earth incarnation, with this outstanding difference. Upon the earth planet, matter is so gross that it is not easily manipulated, and the only manner in which the spirit can incarnate is by means of the parental protoplasm, which alone is sufficiently mobile and sympathetic for the purpose. In this manner, the ego can gather atomic matter and is able to assimilate the chemicals necessary to its growth through the channels of the material frame. Once replete with sufficient strength and instinct, it seeks independent existence and lives thenceforth by extracting chemicals from its food, assimilated within the body, as well as from the ether drawn into the body from without by means of the lungs and the dermal pores. During this process of development known to you as life, a parallel process is taking place. The magnetism within the body, generated by the life force or spirit, is absorbing from the environment atoms, cosmic power, and evolving what is known to you as an etheric double. Thus, the purpose of its descent into matter is twofold. Although the functioning of these two aspects of the same form are so closely interwoven that in our eyes the experience is considered as a whole, the relation of the physical body to the etheric body is as the cornea to the eye of the tympanum to the ear. It is the vehicle used for the reception of experience. I wish to emphasize this definition. Every possible tinge of feeling, whether registered by the physical brain or not, is received into the subconscious mind or etheric double of the individual. The embryo of this etheric mind is infinitely older than the physical body, since it has been built up around the integral spirit ever since its first outset from the spirit state. At first, all that it gathered was rare and holy because its downward journey had but commenced, and it was still passing through the supreme altitudes. With the graduation of its descent to the atomic matter, which is able to absorb from its environment, became of a grosser nature. It is manifest, therefore, that the formation of man fundamentally corresponds to the formation of the earth or other forms of matter. That is, it is built up of the spherical strata imposed one upon the other. First, the principle of life, around which is gathered a stratum or sphere of divine substance, which is in turn surrounded by other and larger spheres imposed one upon the other, each increasingly dense in substance. The process continues until the incarnating ego has reached the planes which exist within the radius of our knowledge. Upon these strata of spirit conditions, he gathers other states. He acquires matter from the mental, astral, and etheric planes, respectively, and thus fortified and prepared, enters the material state and becomes carnate and tangible upon the earth plane. Henceforth, every reaction undergone by the physical body, whether the experience be received through the senses or more directly from the etheric contact, is registered upon his etheric double, which is the next stratum of his integral self. From thence it penetrates through the spheres of his being, modified by the nature of his composition, until it reaches the abode of his spirit. Thus the entity attains to conscious individuality and becomes a separate unit in the scheme of creation. Now, therefore, the shedding of the physical body at death is to the individual as the paring of an onion skin. As this vegetable retains its shape and general appearance after this simple operation, so does the individual. The determining factor is this: in what condition shall the underskin be found? We will leave on one side all conditions of positive evil, since with this aspect I have dealt already. We will consider here the varying grades of evolution to which the entity is subject. The carnate body, the outer scale, is shed. The outer sphere or conscious self of the individual is now the astral state. If he desires still to mingle with earth conditions, he will retain this body and will strengthen it with atomic matter obtained from the astral plane. In order to do this, he will not be obliged to suffer any process of incarnation, since matter, here being less gross in nature, will respond to his natural powers of attraction, and he will find himself articulate upon a plane which corresponds to his new state. To be precise, he will find himself in a world which gives him the same aspect of solidity as did the earth plane. His body will retain all its imprint of personality and appear normal, though slightly enhanced in beauty. In this condition, he will be enabled to converse with those who are sympathetic to his own state. He will be enabled to return to Earth and to glean much information of Earth's happenings through normal observation. The atomic composition of material matter will now be more apparent to him, and for this reason all forms will assume an altered aspect, and the illusion of solidity will be impaired by the first gleams of truth which come down to him through the spirit spheres to which he has drawn nearer by this one step. I speak here of a chemical state. I am regarding man and his environment from the physiological viewpoint, lest I be misunderstood. I will add that man, having attained the astral or spirit planes, is no more a mere abstract being therein than he is while incarnate in earth life. Indeed, the scope of his interests, his activities, his joys are infinitely widened by his progression. In your language, it is so easy to divorce one phase of a subject from another, whereas the whole must be viewed and not the part alone. Now, as man's astral nature absorbed through the subconscious mind experience and consciousness from the physical body, so his spirit nature of higher potentiality absorbs knowledge and experience from the life of the astral plane. This process is continual, the experiences of the ego being perpetually absorbed towards the central unit of life within him by the magnetic law of attraction. Only in a state of perfected wisdom can experience reach the divine life center through the intervening stages or strata of purification. This astral state is analogous to the 5th hour of Apollonius, when the neophyte has touched the divine essences and is silent for fear. Once again, the application is twofold. This hour comes in the life of every individual when he emerges from the carnate body, which has clothed him, and stands consciously upon the threshold of eternity. He faces the unknown, and for man, the unknown has ever been fraught with terror. You have remarked the frenzy of native tribes at the occurrences of such a common phenomenon as the eclipse of the sun. To them, the spirits have shut out the light of life, and they are petrified by fear. Science has taught you of the passing shadow thrown by your own moon upon your source of physical illumination. Just so you in ignorance are fearful before the mysterious phenomenon, the death of the body. Those whom you know lay down their material form and become invisible to you. In turn comes the same hour when your needs must contact with the divine essences. And this also is a passing shadow, the shadow of your own material ignorance cast upon the source of eternal light. The neophyte awaits not that hour should come to him when the shock of severance from the physical is still upon him. He braves the contact with the celestial essences whilst his body functions, yet upon the material plane. He has learned to command death conditions at will, to leave his body inanimate whilst his astral body soars. And at the outset, he also is silent through fear. In those days, when wrote Apollonius of these things, the fear was very vivid and very real. The initiate came not lightly to his goal. Since then, there has been given to the world the gospel of intercession, the story of one who was the mediator. Since then, man need fear not at all the contact with the celestial essences, for their power is insulated. They can injure him no more, so long as he reach out his hand in faith. Of old, man reached the astral planes by witchcraft, by necromancy, by the practice of black magic. He has today many secular avenues by which he may obtain the same results, and so long as he moves wisely in the matter, they shall not injure him. Hypnotism, trance projection, even so normal a process as sleep will bring him in touch with these realms. But within the Church of Christ, and I do not mean the built edifice, but the spiritual community united in his love, there opens the way, the path by which even the ecstatic states may be reached by all men in safety and in peace. By the sacrament of the Holy Eucharist, you contact with the celestial essences. In meditation, you reach upward into the infinite and commune with the denizens of the heavenly spheres. How few among you realize the tremendous import of his words, "I am the way." Dimly, they realized him long ago before his descent into matter. Here and there, the searching spirit found the Tao, the way. Oft times you sing in unison, "He only could unlock the gate of heaven." How literal is this truth? He has admitted all who will come into his courts. They may come fearlessly, from who learning has been debarred. We know not whence he came, except that he is of God. We know that his intelligence commanded the spheres of spirit before the inception of the world. We know he was pleased to make that perilous descent in order that the imprint of his footsteps might remain for all time, and that those who came after midnight encounter fearlessly both death and ecstasy, so long as they keep their feet within those steps of his. I have digressed in order to show in what manner not the neophyte only, but mankind may suffer contact with the naked elements of heaven. for it is of supreme importance to a man how this contact shall affect him. If so be his nature is attuned to the integral good which permeates creation, then the chemical composition of his astral body is unpolluted. There are no perverted essences within himself which shall oppose the outer force of celestial elements to his own grievous hurt. On the contrary, his astral nature will be enabled to draw upon the infinite power with which he will find himself encompassed, just as his carnate body drew upon the ether for breath and vitality in earth conditions. In this, as in all things, the universal law of attraction, God's law of love, is observed in operation. The physical body attracts the material necessary to its existence from the chemicals which it contacts in the ether and in foodstuffs. With the disorganization of the outer frame, the astral nature withdraws all that was analogous to itself by the same power of attraction and operates henceforth upon the astral juices for its support. When man's desire shall have soared beyond the confines of the astral environment, then he is enabled to shed his astral body much as he shed his carnal body, only since in this case the outer form was of a more highly refined chemical substance. It is entirely absorbed automatically into the element of its origin. The spiritual body now attracts such elements from it as were spiritual and functions henceforth in the spiritual spheres. It has gained another step in the process of evolution. Here, he exposes himself naked to the force of the celestial essences. He may reach this altitude in divers ways. He may be flung into this state by violent death, unknowing, sometimes unprepared. He may have penetrated hither of his own adventurous curiosity or in the pursuit of wisdom. He may have come clothed in the Spirit of Christ, which shall have covered his nakedness, for verily, if a man truly love the Son of God, by that same divine law he shall have attracted his nature to himself, and shall be clad as with a white garment. If any man sin, we have a mediator with the Father, Jesus Christ. Thus clothed in the elements of the divine Spirit, the forces cannot contact directly with those elements within himself, which by reason of their perversity would oppose that current. Man in this spirit state is in a more advanced condition chemically. The constituents of his body are become electrical in nature, or so I can best express the matter to you who have no knowledge of the exact quality of spirit substance. Therefore, that which is evil in a man is become as an opposing electron. The dynamic force sweeping as a current through the sphere will touch these opposing points, and they will collide with it. In earth life, which is physical, the power of opposition or evil is visible in matter, in diseases, in suffering, in ignorance. On the astral plane, it is manifest in sorrow, in impotence, in darkness. On the threshold of the spirit planes, it is, as I have said, apparent as opposing electrons, defying the magnetic current of eternal love. No evil can survive this stage in man's evolution or penetrate further into the spheres. You ask how evil can rise so far, why it was not left in that vortex to which it must eventually sink. I answer you that it is in itself dependent upon the spirit which accords it vitality and who it feeds. A great spirit, strong and beloved of God, may for a while be misled into such perversion. Such have greater strength to combat the divine stream, strength to explore the spirit spheres. At this point, the neophyte who has experienced the power of physical elements and learnt in what manner he may master them, now plunges into the electric current of celestial elements. For some, this is heaven. For others, it is hell. By this I make my meaning clear, that the earth names you give to heavenly regions express condition rather than place. Some have sought to give a geography of our spheres, some parallels and metaphors to aid your understanding. This is well and applicable, but I seek not here to give you these aids. I give you the matter in the abstract and deal with conditions that are experienced by all commonly, and that from a cosmic standpoint. Again, this state is chemical. You use fires to split up your synthetic compositions on Earth and to reduce matter to its original elements. Even so, we use an electric fire, a highly potent flame, which your researches could not reveal to you, for one breath of it would destroy the human body utterly, and you cannot handle it or deal with it in the physical. We use it, as I say, for the same purpose for which you use your physical elements of fire, that is, to break up chemical formations. We are here concerned with one aspect of its use, that is, its action upon the spirit of man. I have endeavored to show you that evil essentially is a malcombination of pure elementals. Man, we say, has caused this perversion in his physical state. His astral body has accommodated itself as it must to the condition and suffered a like perversity. Again, the spirit body is affected, but here is man getting nearer the core of his being, the nerve of his existence. The soul, which is God, cannot tolerate the proximity of such a contrary character of accretions. It forges upward towards its own element, and so contacts the celestial current. Now, the inner nature, the core of man, is in sympathy with this force. All that he has acquired of beauty and goodness is in sympathy with it. That in him which is antipathetic is the perversity of his own free will, which, turning back upon its own power, has caused the collision which has split up the harmonious assembly of the integral atoms, which has resulted in their reunity, discordant in character, and producing matter injurious in itself and unable to withstand contact with the divine. These atoms therefore reach the celestial fluids and collide with them. Their formation is broken and all power withdrawn from the material they have evolved. In theory, this would be sudden, cataclysmic. In the actual working, it is often slow, for only so shall a man live. Some there are, O child of earth, who have drawn these evil machinations about themselves and saturated their very spirits with falseness, cruelty, and blessed. If all this in them were destroyed in one blast of the heavenly flame, then would not be left but that divine spark from whence their life began, and the full gamut of their experience and consciousness would be lost. So as the flame destroys, it gives time for the elements thus parted to unite anew and build up bit by bit the perverted nature into a state of truth. Yet until a man he shall not face this ordeal, but only so shall he attain Nirvana. Someday he will come. Someday each one of all mankind will come, because the living nerve of truth within will try out for its own. That which is of God must return to God who gave it. Even through the lake of fire and brimstone he will return. It is well for those who tarry not, and happy indeed for him who comes in the name of the Lord. Foolish prattle of the vengeance of a living God, see you not that these things must be? Such phenomena are just as natural and physical in relation to the planes on which they are manifested as is a common matter of life upon your own plane. If a wound be septic, the doctor will, if necessary, cauterize it. Does the doctor act in vengeance? You say the Lord God is almighty and able therefore to eliminate from all conditions of life all that is painful and contrary to human desires. He could do so, my child, but at a price, the price of man's free will. Let all human experience, all consciousness, all love go by the boards, and then might creation be immune from sorrow and disease. But remember, for this end the life spark, which is man, left its source, the Godhead, in order that it might manifest through all degrees of matter and bring back to its divine status the consciousness, the individual capacity for life and bliss for which it had sallied forth. Had not Siegfried greater joy that he had essayed to meet the dragon than if he had remained inert? I can use but paltry words, take refuge in inadequate illustrations, but I cannot convince you. We who see the great cosmos of God, the cycle of man's initiation, the divine working of the supreme purpose, know these things. We know them in our minds with an adoring conviction, which is a part of our very being. But we cannot compress and tabulate them so that we may force them into the unwilling gullet of earth. You see no more than sees the embryo chick, whilst still within the compass of the shell. How will ye judge the world outside? Yet even as the embryo within the shell contains within itself the essence of life, a link of unity with all knowledge, all power, all wisdom, so man carnate in flesh, manifesting in matter, consciously aware of that only which is of the material, holds within the inner chamber of his mind the key of the universe, which shall unlock the door that leads to the sublime. That of which he may become aware in the flesh is that only which he is able to exteriorize from the more ethereal strata of his nature, or as you would say, his subconsciousness. Again, I refer to the double function of all the intermediate planes of man's primary composition, which is first to insulate the current flowing from the central ego or soul of life, the life core within him, so that this force, greatly moderated, shall be manifest even in his physical body, and conversely to draw upon on all conditions of planetary life and to register every shade of experience undergone in the course of incarnation, and to assimilate these, passing them back in an ever sublimated state to the central source, which alone is immortal. This ebb and flow between wisdom and experience is the ulterior principle underlying the whole nature of man and the fruition of his destiny. Man, therefore, who seeks not to penetrate beyond the material is confined indeed and ignorant as the embryo within the egg of my illustration. Man's scientific researches on the material plane may penetrate a little way, as it is conceivable the embryo may tap the interior of the shell and, perceiving a hollow sound, may arrive thereby at the logical deduction that there is a space beyond the confines of the egg. But it is only by entering within himself that man may arrive at any true apprehension of the great arcana of truth, which is within and beyond all things. Within the depths of his own mind is the smallest point of light, which is the door into the cosmos. As the neophyte, in order to rise, he must first descend. Arcaziel. So here we've moved from spirit in the first chapter, then to matter, and now we've moved on to celestial essences. This is a realm that moves beyond the body. It's emphasized that the neophyte awaits not the hour of death, that he experiences this severance from the physical body while alive. He braves the contact with the celestial essences while his body functions yet upon the material plane. The neophyte learns to command death conditions at will, to leave his body inanimate whilst his astral body soars, the process of astral travel being this step in the process. There is a discussion of the astral planes, and in the past, they only could reach it through witchcraft or necromancy or black magic, but now through this new Christ energy that we have, we can enter into the astral at will at any time. And he relates the Church of Christ, the actual edifice of the Spirit, in relation to our access to these celestial essences. There's a sort of warning that this is incredibly powerful, and you're learning how to deal with these greater energies. And at the end, you're moving even beyond the astral body. In the original Nuctemeron, the fourth hour was the soul returns from visit to graves, is the moment when the four magic lanterns from the four corners of the circle are lit. It is the time of enchantments and illusions. As there are not 12 chapters in this Nuctemeron, only 9, it would appear that they will consolidate some of these hours. But as we move along, they are less specific about the incorporation of the model of the original Nuctemeron, and perhaps it's irrelevant. I mention that only for the student that is comparing and understanding this text. Chapter 5. Astral Spheres, February 18th, 1929, Arcaziel. So in the lifetime of the body, man may ascend and experience that which may befall him in the astral and spiritual bodies, undergoing torment or attaining bliss, exposing himself to disintegration or winning the magus crown, and so passing in sleep or trance or catalepsy, he shall assuredly bring back with him to be exteriorized into the physical some effect of his experiences. As the spider from his own body spins his web, so the spirit of man, free to roam a while from the sleeping flesh, spins out a thread of light, its lifeline which unites it to the physical and along which pass the ethereal vibrations which are necessary to the body's life. It is not a thread, as you know of one, to be entangled or lightly broken. Liken it rather to a long ray of searchlight which shall cease only when cut off from its source. So long as this lifeline remain, the body may be reanimated, as it was most notably in the case of Lazarus and of Jairus' daughter. So the spirit body, returning from its travels, reabsorbs the light thread just as the spider and re-enters its fleshy state. The flesh awakens. What change has been wrought? Now the process of exteriorization is of necessity slow, since the earth body is composed of comparatively clumsy material and would be readily disorganized by the shock of cataclysmic knowledge. Nor is the human brain capable of containing 1/10,000th part of the wisdom acquired by the spirit body. There takes place, therefore, a slow seeping to the surface of the great well of experience which the neophyte has undergone. You say, why? Why attempt this ordeal out of time and place? Why not rest content with one incarnation and leave to astral life astral experience, and so again with spirit life? There are many reasons. For one, each phase of life is not absolute. It is not as if one turned the pages of a novel. The page is read and finished. The next is turned. No, the tome of life is more complicated than that. The lesson of the last page may be forgotten, and the leaf must be turned back. In other words, the spirit must reincarnate. Again, the spirit which has returned, whether it be to relearn a lesson or to bring the torch of knowledge to others who have no light, is not always aware of its own status. It is seldom that the ego, if but once incarnate, rises far beyond the confines of earth. But the returning spirit, destined to fulfill some task in the earth's spheres, takes every chance to wander free, to invade those lands which lie beyond the borders of its present captivity. Some wander so, indeed, that they may carry back the wisdom they gather from the uplands, some precious chemicals that shall transmute the dross of earth, even living fire that shall purge and heal. Again, it is much to the advantage of the neophyte that he expose himself to the celestial essences whilst he still has the opportunity to return to his body of flesh. Therein he may hide his bruised spirit a little while, and earth conditions may favor him in rendering him opportunity to serve others, and so save himself from further torment. Or he may suffer in the physical that which his spirit might otherwise have borne. Once the shaft of life is severed, there is no return, and the neophyte is faced with his destiny. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. How little you understand how sublimely true are these divine words. The neophyte who comes in purity to the supreme test shall behold only the glorious, the divine in these immortal elements. He shall see God. For yet another page I must consider still the attitude of him who has perverted the pure current within himself, and afterward the miasmas of earth are left behind, and we will arise with magus towards Nirvana. I've been speaking of the memory and effects which the traveling spirit will bring back into the material world. These are manifest in the physical body in conditions which correspond to that body, that is, physical and mental conditions. We are bound to consider the state of the entity which has encountered the divine elements and has suffered partial disintegration. A violent effect of this is madness. It is not the only cause of madness, but it is one of the causes. And I say again, it is well for him if he suffers this malady in the body, for somewhere it must be endured, and the composition of the physical elements is of a less enduring and less sensitive nature, and will not react so severely to their reconstitution. In the physical, it is as if man, by his perverted will, has severed atom from atom, and these elements, thus forced asunder, had reunited to form vicious molecular matter, which must be destroyed, not in its substance, but in its formation. but the spirit body is of finer stuff. And then it is as if the very atoms themselves were split, ion forced from electron, and the very currents of being shocked to the source. I speak here of men greatly perverted in their natures, those who have wrung suffering and agony from others, and delighted most in that which was most opposed to the merciful will of God. God has no vengeance. He does not desire their suffering. Indeed, it is tempered to the utmost. But that which is amiss in them must be set aright, or the divine within them cannot attain its destined end. Only of his own free will man eventually faces this ordeal, and that because the God within him will take no denial. It is of himself alone he has merited a punishment that is not a vengeance, but the logical sequence of his own behavior. Each unit of humanity enters the incarnate state with an unbiased personal will, a divine consciousness, and an environment in which there are many manifestations of God's love. Some are given a far more pleasing material surrounding than others, but temptations are from within as well as from without. And it is true indeed that only God knoweth the heart of a man. And thus the neophyte, greatly daring, has touched the fringe of the divine to his sorrow or to his joy. Into the consciousness of earth he has brought some memory, mayhap it be fear that's strange to you, apparently causeless fear that urges a man to dread the darkness and to shun the society of his fellow men. The fear that makes him suspicious, unbalanced, and ill at ease. It may become manifest in many foolishness, in crazy occultism, for desire for drugs, or many professions of the brain. Blessed is he that overcometh, for he shall inherit all things. Let us turn now to the pure in heart, and to him who hath overcome, and plunge ourselves into the celestial current, which is God, which is love, and experience not pain, but divine ecstasy and communion with the Spirit of God personated in the angels of heaven and in the Christ of God, the Lord of the world. That my meaning may be plain, I will repeat the number of the ways by which man may attain to this state, not in detail but in general classification. First, he may contact with the divine as did the initiate of old. He came prepared after the prescribed descent and ascent and hours of initiation. He arrives hither during his terrestrial life, and to him it is the long-sought ordeal by which he may win the Magus crown. Secondly, he may come still in his lifetime, but piloted hither by evil forces in his search for knowledge and self-gratification. By means of that which is known to you as witchcraft he may come, and here I add that witchcraft is the name you have given to the means by which a man seeks control the powers within himself, aided by guides from darkness instead of by angels of light. To him this hour is hell. Thirdly, he may come through the door, which is the Church of Christ, by the way, which is the light of the world. To him the coming is heaven. Again, he may come in the course of his evolution after his carnate body has suffered disintegration, be it to heaven or to hell, assuredly he must come. Unto him that overcometh shall be given a crown, the crown of the Magus. 3 paths have led hither, the individualistic, the sublime, the infernal. For each who comes, the crown awaits, whether it be for him who stands the fiery current as the divine tide of ecstasy, or whether it be to him the lake of refining flames. The neophyte has learned to handle physical fire and go unscorched. The people of the east of the world have not lost that art, and it lingers still in the west in some psychic laboratories, but here the physical is left behind, and the neophyte is exposed to the incandescent influences of the magnetic storm. This is purely spiritual, out of range of human sight or apprehension. It is the first step of reunity of man with God. It is the purification by which man may purge himself of all antipathetic material which he has accumulated in the process of individualization. He becomes in perfect accord with the divine elements, in accord with his own soul within him, and that which has vexed him hitherto by reason of the conflicts within himself shall pass away. Hereafter He may handle the divine elements through which he has passed. He may absorb them into his own nature and exteriorize them in waking life into and through the physical body, whence they manifest in power, in healing, in strength, in exalted mediumship. He has become the magus, the therapeute. Contrary vibrations may yet cling to the physical nature, for his terrestrial body is still exposed to the vicious chemicals, and it is hard for the earthly nature to go unsullied. But these contrary influences cannot rise or penetrate beyond his etheric self, for they are impotent to touch or sully the purified spirit body, for the reason that there is now no magnetism remaining within the purified ego which shall attract them. The vibrations are antipathetic to them, and the resistance is such as to be all-powerful. You have many instances of this exalted manhood. I do not cite the great example nor others who follow so closely after, for of those I speak later in connection with spheres yet higher far, but in daily life you come in touch with those who have strengthened beyond the power of their frail bodies, who exercise gifts which are not of the physical senses, who radiate love and delight to give whatsoever the gift may be, whether goods or affection or great charity of mind. Thus in earth you may acclaim the magus, by his works you shall know him. They love not the earth, who have seen the Elysium of God, but they love the little children of God, because their eyes are open to the divine within, and they will enjoy terrestrial environment, and the miasmas of hell, that they may bring the torch of light into the crannies of darkness. You say to these, hell is not hell, it is heaven. Not so. Heaven is a condition, hell is a condition also. If any purified spirit, even an angel from Nirvana, would assist those who are caught in perverse currents and carried into darkness, then they must condition themselves to such an environment. Otherwise, these others are not perceptible to them, nor are they themselves articulate. We are speaking here of the realms of motion. To you, they are vague and are cognizable to you dimly as a state of motion without mass. There is no motion without mass. The vibrations of motion give out emanations, and these are formulated by the will into that which corresponds to your matter. It is entirely invisible and inarticulate to you. There are no physical organs so finely developed that they may perceive it. The rate of such vibrations are entirely outside the ratio of your perception. Therefore, by means of these magnetic emanations, heaven becomes a place, hell becomes a place, but such a place is not absolute geographically. An ego may carry its own environment, or it may move through sympathetic environments. When it desires to move into antipathetic environment, the case is different. It is obliged to subdue its own bright emanations of light within itself. It must gather grosser material from lower planes. This to the advanced spirit is dense matter, weighing heavily, choking, exhausting. Under its limitations, it is unable to function freely, so manifests as it would desire, yet only so can it reach those outside its own orbit of life. This the world will never understand in relation to the life of the Lord Christ, that the being nearest to God himself assumed a body of the lowest form of being known to you, physical matter. He took our nature upon him. If a man took a thick casing of solid lead, studded in nails piercing inward, and lived within it, it would offer no analogy to the incarnation of the Christ. Others have followed that example both before and after cavalry, and have borne a body of flesh that the world might have light. There are many who come not into the world, but to the borderlands of earth, to aid those still incarnate and to give inspiration and wisdom. Again, you expect so much we cannot give you, and for this same reason, we have taken somewhat of your nature upon us, and we cannot function in it with any more freedom than you would function in a leaden case. The farther your own spirit is unable to rise and meet us, the nearer we may remain to our natural conditions, and the more facility we have to manifest. At best, it is a work fraught with exceeding difficulty, open to mistake and disappointment, to misconception and blame. Would you care to manufacture lace and be given but a fishing net to employ for the labor? Such is our hardship and our difficulty. You may come to us in sleep hours, many of you incarnate in earth. You may learn of us, but you cannot exteriorize the knowledge in the physical, or your mortal brain would give way, a madness ensue. In physical consciousness, you may gather somewhat of our teaching, but such we give under exceedingly constricted and stifled conditions, and you receive only in the terms of earth. Such is the work of the Magus. May he give thanks for his safety, and for the light he is permitted to bring into the world. I take you now beyond the bounds of space and time into the astral realms. Here I may explain that this state corresponds not to the condition of the astral body as you conceive it, but is farther advanced. The state achieved in this hour, known to the philosophers as the star of the Magi, is interstellar, as contrasted from the interplanetary states hitherto prevailing. The astral condition is to be found in the outer aura of the stars themselves and belongs to each locally. The farther the journey from each visible heavenly body, that is, the farther away from physical matter, the higher is the rate of motion, the more exalted the spiritual condition. You know but one sun, but there are many suns in the great cosmic universe, which contains all universes. The stars move in conjunction with all heavenly creation through limitless regions of darkness known to you as space, whence their rays contract your normal sight. It is within this so-called darkness there shines, unhindered by coarser light vibrations, the spiritual sun, the light of God, invisible to human eyes, to human instruments, because the rate of its motion is of a rapidity inconceivable to you. A clairvoyant person may discern a spirit form, and the light of the aura may be so bright that the clairvoyant is dazzled by it. Yet the normal, or shall I say subnormal, human being perceives nothing at all. So far as you may place heaven geographically, you may build up your theories upon a system of auras, or strata enveloping the earth and likewise each astral body. These rings of vibration or motion are interplanetary, interstellar, and intersolar. So far is the limit to our knowledge. The spirit of man will find itself the environment which is in accord with the outmost stratum of its own construction. It will draw from that environment nourishment for body and mind. The essences of its surroundings will be pliant and capable of conversion into sina and raiment and all other means of usefulness and enjoyment. The fact of its complete correspondence with the state of the Edo will render it definitely material so far as the ego itself is concerned. You say it is an illusion because the matter of its composition is not absolute and would not appear solid to any being occupying a different state of existence. I tell you that the matter composing your own earth is an illusion. I tell you again, the vibrations of your earth are low, the materials coarse. The limitations of the ego are exigent, while in the flesh it lies within the province of evil emanations, manifest in ugliness, in disease, in sin. The astral planes know none of these things. The substance of this world among the stars is refined and of high potentiality. Its composition is mobile and pliant to the will of the exalted ego. The human body bears the unmistakable stamp of personality it bore on earth, but it is become translucent, radiant, exquisite. The cities are raised by the power of will, working in the strength of the divine. The countryside is watered by the rivers of life, and the sunshine ceases not night nor day, nor is there idleness permitted therein, for each has his appointed task, and the pursuit of wisdom is the joy of each. I am dealing in this work with fundamentals, and here I have stepped aside to describe to you those scenes which I have left behind in order to come to you. We have such joy in our cities, so dear to us are our heavenly mansions and our temples of God. It is an illustration of that which is achieved by the combination of refined chemicals of a state of motion unknown to you. Definitely, you cannot perceive these things in the flesh, because the flesh is not attuned to the register of their vibrations. Nothing can be tested truly by an unsuitable instrument, yet man is still equipped with the means by which he may apprehend the existence of planes other than his own. Man is born into the world with what you now call the psychic faculty. That is, the divine soul within him is able to express itself through the strata of his material being and contact close elements which are in affinity with it. Zabdiel: My daughter, you are aware of my presence this morning, and it behooves me to speak with you a little while, since I have in some measure influenced this work, which is afoot at the instigation of my lord Arkaziel. My lord has much wisdom and great learning, but I would constrain him sometimes to give that which is ever more acceptable to earth condition, that human element which may appeal to those whose opportunities have been scarce, rather than to the learned among you who may study for themselves those occult matters which are abstruse and in an interest to mankind in general. My lord will give you a treatise upon astrology, and on the way hither I constrained him to give some little account of astral realms, else would those who read gather some conception of a void where life as life was submerged in chemicals and electricity. Our life is as your life, but more real, more vital. Our world is as your world, but sublimated and yet more solid. Our materials are as yours, only finer and richer far, and yield to man's will, as well as to the labor of his fingers. Our labors, our professions, our art, our learning are as yours, only without the flaws you know on earth too well. I feel it of definite import to speak of this at length, and in this context, for here my lord had commenced to speak of those planes whence come the majority of your earth people at the time of physical death. Few of you come so far in life. My lord loveth the philosophy of Egypt, and was enabled to visit these planes while still in earthly form, and so you, my daughter, come, and here have been given the azure star, which marks you out in our eyes as belonging to our spheres, but which is invisible yet not unfelt on earth. Again, should this little book reach the hands of the uninitiated, they will fear greatly the fording of that state which my lord designates the celestial essences. To you, these are no more physical elements, and you will discern them no more as such than you are able to define the atoms, ions, electrons, which do in fact actually exist in such mundane solids as your own furniture. The spirit must travel as far ere it learn to recognize elementals within physical illusion. To almost all, the passing of what stream is marked by remorse, by sorrow, by conflict, to some in intense degree, to some hardly at all. You will not be conscious of disintegrating atoms, even though my lord Arkaziel speaks truth, and such assuredly takes place, but such processes are hidden just as the atomic processes within your own solids are hidden from you now. Those who have committed themselves to be swayed backward by evil will sorrow thereafter. They will seek companionship with those of their own caliber, and sorrow the more because of it. Eventually they will seek to regain their lost paradise, because as my lord has said, the divine within them will desire its own, and each sorrow they bear, each victory they win over the evil in their hearts, is one more action that shall bring them into an ecstatic accord with the celestial essences, the will of God. Environment is only relatively geographical, but it is as actual to us as your earth to you. The illusion of solidity, of reality, is only an illusion in relation to your ideas. Your early conception of a solid has led you into a false premise, and your misunderstood visions have filled your imagination with ideas of ghosts. You behold a shadowy, impalpable vapor taking the shape of one you knew. You do not see your spirit friend. He is invisible to you, and the fault is in the limitation of your own physical eyesight. You see merely the ectoplasm from your own body, which he has used in order to manifest. I here acknowledge the courtesy of my lord Arkaziel, that he has permitted me to intervene, not to criticize that which he has given, but rather to attempt to bring it within the focus of terrene comprehension, lest it be anywhere misunderstood and its virtue dissipated. My daughter, I will come again when the opportunity permits, and by your courtesy will write again by your hand, Till then, farewell, my blessing, beloved daughter, Zabdiel. Arkazael. My lord Zabdiel is better acquainted than I with the earth conditions now prevailing, and my thanks are due to him for his mediation, since for myself I am interested most with the abstract considerations which I acknowledge are open to misconception by those not aware of the conditions. Arkaziel. This is a fascinating chapter because we have these channeled entities telling us about what it's like in their world. They speak of heavenly mansions and temples of God. They say that the art is the same. Everything is more vivid in this world. We get an idea that the celestial essences, when met or transmuted within the astral, changes what you think. And we could barely even get a small amount of the knowledge that you would gain by greeting the celestial essence, which later on in the chapter, he equivocates to the will of God. At first, just saying it's a celestial essence. Using the analogy of the spider spinning out light, there's this idea that we have the astral cord when we travel outside of our body, the silver cord. And I think he's talking about that as this thread of light that connects us to our body and implies that when broken, the body would die. But he also describes this as a ray of light. They repeatedly go through the perverted natures of people that become evil, that they end up gathering with others that are like themselves, very much like what we understand from the law of one. Those that are service to self end up moving to a density that's service to self, and they continue on that path, but they also imply, as we understand, that any beings going to that service to self path end up on the service to others path, back in the light, in the 6.5 density. So they eventually start to seek the paradise that they had once missed. They become distorted when they go into these influences. That's all it is. There is an implication here that you can transmute yourself and move into positive astral spheres by being of service to others. They basically say that here, that you have this chance while in this density to move to the higher astral spheres by being of service to others. We can attain to the state of the celestial essence in 3 ways that are indicated in this chapter. First of all, you make contact with the divine as did the initiate of old. The second means to contact the divine essences is with evil forces in search of knowledge and self-gratification, gratifying only the self and implying this witchcraft that will lead you to hell. You're not using the angels of light, but angels of darkness. And then third, through the door of the Christ, or the I Am, by the way, which is the light of the world. To him, the coming is heaven. So you have an understanding here of this world and what the worlds are like and what their lives are like. And then you have Zabdiel come through. Now remember that Arkaziel is just a name that's given most likely for the carnation of Apollonius of Tyana, using this name so that this spirit is not declaring his name by incarnation. It does not imply any sort of evil demon. Arkaziel is just the name that he gave it, as he explains at the beginning of this book. And then Zabdiel is the daughter who comes through to explain he's a little bit out there. So she intended to sort of simplify things when she had read his first portion of teaching. Zabdiel implies at the beginning that he is a scholar that really gets into this type of stuff. Later discussing that he had traveled through several of these spheres in his own incarnation on earth because he had studied the philosophy of Egypt. And then they say that the person channeling, Marjorie Livingston, has been given the azure star, which marks you out in their eyes as belonging to our spheres. So we have an understanding there's these spheres of reality in the way they're describing it. And there's just lots of stuff here that you can get if you read through it. It makes sense on a spirit level, yet it seems complicated. We understand from this that heaven and hell are conditions of the spirit. And even an angel from Nirvana would end up going into conditions of hell. All living creatures, it is assumed from this, can go through these conditions based upon what they attract. Essentially, heaven and hell are formed by the magnetic power of their existence. They attract attracts like. That is how it works. And I just love the line, you know but one sun, but there are many suns in the great cosmic universe, which contain all universes. You have this concept from this chapter that the vibration of matter can be so high in vibration that you cannot see it. A lot of times people say, if there is a central sun in the universe, why can't we see it? It's because it's vibrating at such a high level that we cannot sense it with our devices in any way. And we can't see these worlds because they exist in different densities that we simply can't understand because of their vibration. Now, if we're studying the original Nuctemeron written by Apollonius, I believe this covers the 5th through 7th hours. The 5th hour, the voice of the great waters sings praise to the God of the heavenly spheres. The 6th hour, the spirit remains unmoved. He sees the monster from hell come to meet and is fearless. And the 7th hour, a fire granting life to all animated beings, is ruled by the will of men. The initiate reaches out and suffering turns to peace. What's happening here in comparison to the original Nuctemeron and the new Nuctemeron, which is the name of this book, is that the initiate is going through these levels, and this book is taking the spirit through these levels, which are levels of initiation, which we're all going through essentially. Chapter 6, Astral Affinities, February 21st, 1929, Arkaziel. We are considering interstellar space. I have stated that it includes realms and conditions beyond the reach of your normal means of discovery. Yet so far as your own state of matter is concerned, it is space and no more. The atoms composing your own Earth have no affinity with those unseen spheres, and such influence therefore as they exert is voluntary and reaches the world only through a predestined method of conveyance. The fabric of the stars and planets and of the sun, on the other hand, is an analogous to the Earth. According to your own values, the vibrations may vary enormously, but viewed from a cosmic standpoint, they all belong to one group of physical manifestation. The heavenly bodies are therefore in correspondence physically. Vibrations given out by that sphere, which to you is a star, may be projected into space even as your own ether waves are projected, and the spirit realms intervening will be no bar to their progress by reason of their widely differing structure. For this reason, it will be obvious that the maligned art of astrology is not unscientific, but indeed expresses the highest flights of science. You take zinc, a solid, liquefy it, vaporize it, and project it in the form of etheric waves. These can be gathered from the atmosphere by any apparatus in tune for their reception. This you consider scientific and even marvelous, but mark you, the etheric waves circulate within the etheric aura of your own planet. They still belong to that which you classify as matter. Is it not more marvelous that vibrations may be projected that pass through millions of miles of that which to you is space, and enter the Earth's aura, influencing all that it contacts, which is attuned to their reception? A fanciful theory, you say, but no, it is fact, and I say that your own ancestors knew it to be fact. They had less exact knowledge, and therefore were able to place less confidence in man-made instruments and mathematical deductions. Lacking such aids, they supplied their needs by opening their minds to the reception of instructive knowledge, and gained near access to the truth thereby. That which science discovers as a fact today is often denied tomorrow, but man who opens his mind to truth shall receive that which shall endure for all time. Chemical actions and reactions are taking place incessantly. That which you call solids are arrangements of atoms wielded together so tightly, and therefore so many in number, that their own power, having affinity with companion atoms within the Earth's fabric, holds them down so firmly to the terrene surface that man has much ado to shift them. In your words, they are most subject to the laws of gravitation. Etheric substance has its composing atoms less tightly packed, and therefore has less power within itself to be susceptible to terrene forces. Still lighter substances have power to rise and circulate within the etheric belt. That is the limit of your exact knowledge, but there are substances emanating from your globe that rise into the astral belt or aura of the Earth, and others again which travel so far that they may reach the radius of attraction emanating from another heavenly body, and thus be drawn into the life of that planet in the same way as an etheric wave is captured by an aerial. I will mention thought as one of these terrene products that may be expelled in this way. The mind of man, which lies behind the human brain, has no affinity with material life, and therefore its products emanate from his ego and are projected into the spirit realms, where they are received by such states as are in sympathy with his state of mind. The brain, however, inspired by the mind, is capable of evolving and projecting a concrete thought, and this is more especially the case when the thought becomes intensified by, shall we call it, mass productions. As when a crowd impelled by one idea arises, as in revolution. There are stars, therefore, whose influence is beneficent, and others of which the influence is contrary again. Influences may combine in order to react beneficially upon the distant auras, or it may happen that the reverse is the case. Sometimes, the chemicals of which a star is composed may react adversely upon a distant planet. Directly its rays are so placed, in the course of its movement through the heavens, that they come in contact with it. Of these things the magus may learn during his sojourns hither, for he may draw upon his sleeping flesh for that which is necessary to bring these physical bodies into visibility. Normally, to the discarnate ego on these spheres, they fade out of sight. Herein is another reason why the neophyte should seek to gain these heights in earth life, or else is this means of learning excluded from this world. You have perceived how light travels from star to star, and have from this fact deduced that space is not a void, but contains that which is responsive to vibrations. Thus the bodies within the sun's orbit receive light, absorb it, and are enabled to transmit it. Think you that the vibrations of light are unique in this respect, and that other emanations are incapable of transmission in like manner? Grosser forms of matter are interpenetrated by the finer as a sponge is penetrated by water. Different forms of life may exist within one mass. In space there are many activities, but they do not collide one with another because each reacts in conjunction with its own correspondences, and vibrations respond to those sympathetic with their own velocity. Here, the law of attraction, of gravitation, or love, or whatever you will call it, preserves all creation from chaos and groups all cosmic matter according to its kind by that simple law of sympathy and antipathy. Physical matter is composed of atoms of which the vibrations are sympathetic to the electrical potentiality of the earth itself. It is therefore attracted to earth and attracted by earth mutually. Earth therefore remains intact and immune from disintegration. The same system works with regard to each physical unit in the solar system, and again, it is active with regard to those heavenly spheres outside the scope of your vision. Between the infrared and the ultraviolet rays lies the span of human eyesight. Yet your scientists know that it takes millions of vibrations per second to produce even the infrared light, which requires scientific instruments to discern. Taxing not your learning, but appealing on the ground of common sense, is it not obvious that vibrations must exist that are slower in motion than your instruments can distinguish? By this is inferred that there may be, and I go further and tell you that there are, dark spheres in space, grosser than the Earth, whose unresponsive material is able to catch and to reflect but little of the solar rays. You have grounds herein for building up the theory that at the other extremity of vision, there are vibrations of light so rapid that they are beyond your view. Does this seem curious to you? I believe that the reason is this. It is within your churches that you listen to talk of astral spheres, of spirit spheres. You are not led therein to this exalted point by a careful survey of scientific data, but the theory is flashed upon you as something disconnected with earth life and linked by that imaginary organ which you name the heart. The fact that spheres of light come, or should come, within the range of scientific investigation does not render them less spiritual, less exalted, less holy, less to be desired. It is not everyone in earth life who is willing to make, as it were, this leap through space and arrive through faith at a point which has no connection with reality as he apprehends it. I do not decry this faith. Most blessed indeed is he who possesseth it. But man has been given free will and powers of reasoning, and he is not called upon necessarily to deny his sense in order that his conscience may be satisfied. I use the word conscience here rather than inspiration, for true inspiration apprehends the truth. A while ago, you were content to receive as visible that which registered normally upon the optic lens. You did not believe in vision beyond this ratio. Since then, instruments have been invented, and you are now able to perceive the ultraviolet ray. Have you not then sufficient basis for the belief that still finer instruments may be invented, enabling you to still see farther, and that beyond this point again, there are other vibrations so rapid that they elude you still? If you acknowledge this theory as plausible, you have taken the first step towards the astral realms, and this by the normal faculty of reason. Those endowed with that which has now become a supernatural faculty, clairvoyance, are able to apprehend a still more rapid rate of vibration. This for the reason they are able to withdraw from the limitations of the physical body with its restricted eyesight, and function a while within the etheric or astral body which lies within, interpenetrating the physical. I have stepped here from physical science to occult science, but I maintain my point. All your earth history has furnished examples of clairvoyant vision, and the faculty may be tested scientifically by all who are sufficiently interested to concern themselves in the matter. I, who am so placed that I may hear and see, tell you that light vibrations exist of a rapidity so great that they would be beyond your powers to count. Their radiance is so great that the sun shining in his strength is but a candle compared with them. Out of the motion of space forms living matter, warm and radiant, evolving in spheres which themselves revolve within the orbit of the living sun. These are iridescent spheres, the universe you call heaven, and thence by mutual attraction come those minds which are purified and sympathetic to the light. As a metal splinter to a magnet, so they come. Even if it be through the lake of fire and the valley of shadows, yet they must come, because the divine within them cannot forever resist the supreme law of attraction, the love of God. An illusion, all this, many will say, and the writer one who has bartered his science for fairy tales. Again I say, whence come those stories to which you give that name? They are more usually not stories of fairies or elementals, but tales of human folk possessed of supernormal qualities, co-articulate with the friendly beasts, and functioning in a world where the beautiful and the happy shall be the reward of him who has greatly suffered and greatly dared. You have no parallel in earth life for these dreams and visions. How then came the carnate brain to express them? Imagination, you answer. Look well to this word in itself, for itself not understood, it has been coined to express that which is beyond scientific discovery. Again, what is illusion? It is not the seeing of things as they appear to be and not as they are in actual fact. Then, your earth life in its entirety is to you an illusion, You have no absolute knowledge and are as yet but able to utilize comparatives in order to arrive at classifications. You say, this is solid, this is liquid, this is gaseous, but each is only so in relation to your own body. So far as you're able to perceive, you inhabit the outmost stratum of the Earth's composition, which is to you a definite surface. Beneath your feet, the Earth is solid, the air above is volatile. Are you surprised when I tell you the Earth has other strata, both above and below your own, and that each has its inhabitants to whom their own world appears as the only material one? The outer limits of the etheric belt surrounding your globe furnishes a surface upon which communities have their dwelling, and to them the order of the Earth is solid matter, and the astral plane their atmosphere. Again, there are elementals dwelling within your ground, and to them it offers no appearance of solidity, as it does to you. You ignore these forms and phases of life because they are out of sight, out of range, out of focus with Earth conditions, but science is coming upon the fringe of that subject, and is not long before the possibility of these existences will be admitted willy-nilly, even by those egotistical souls who dearly love to believe that God made man alone. To us who come from afar, your atmosphere appears so gross and solid that it is as if we descended through strata of solid earth in order to reach you. This again illustrates our difficulty, for it is as if you were obliged to assume the attributes of the mole in order to penetrate below ground to minister to a subterranean population. Would you be able to tell them much of the outside world, finding yourself blind and hampered in strange surroundings by an unfamiliar body? All is a matter of the relationship of atomic structures. To put the matter as simply as I can, the atom has at heart an electrical potentiality, a rate of vibration or revolution. It is articulate to all other atoms working at a similar rate, wherever they may be found geographically. For this reason, the distant stars are visible to the Earth. For this reason, man is in sympathy with his surroundings, which appear to him definitely material. Now, all known planetary structures are symmetrical in form and built up of strata or rings of varying composition. Man himself and all beings of potential consciousness is also similar in construction, with the difference that his outward shape differs widely from that of the heavenly bodies, and that it is not subject to the revolutions undergone by unconscious matter. Let it be clear, therefore, that as the various strata of the earth and stars correspond to each other, so the strata of men's consciousness have similar affinity. Now that ebb and flow of life forces, which I have already spoken, may animate man's whole consciousness or only a section of it. An individual may be able to draw upon the sublime within himself, which again is in affinity with the sublime spheres in their entirety for his physical needs and the importunities of earth life. In the same way, his experiences in the flesh will register upward through the scale and purified reach his sublime consciousness, thereby gaining touch with the sublime world. On the other hand, there are natures unresponsive to vibrations. The electrical current is, as it were, earthed within them. They are able to draw but meagerly upon their own subconsciousnesses. They sense no active communion with the spheres of heaven, and their physical experience makes little imprint upon their real identity. Their lives are manifest on earth as irresponsible, ineffectual existence, which leave the individual at death with neither desire nor ability to rise beyond the surrounding spheres, which were the highest altitude to which his inspiration carried him. In relation to earth, the velocity of his atomic structure was low. Believe me, this ego shall meet with no mishap, but he shall not travel far at first, and his progress will be slow. Have I made more clear my reason a while back for saying that the evil-minded may travel far into space? It is a matter of the potential velocity of the atomic structure of the human mind. If the current be of a high frequency, it will carry him far, though whether to his own ecstasy or to his own hurt depends on whether the current be pure or perverted. This I have dealt with at length and refer to it only in passing. Therefore, be this apparent: when man sheds his physical body, he sheds therewith his affinity with the material earth. Henceforth, he is of an astral nature and in sympathy with the astral planes. They therefore bear to his new eyesight the old illusion of solidity, which was an integral part of his life on earth. The stars appear to him more than double in size because their auras are now visible to him, and these extend far beyond the surface which is apparent to you now. In a word, he is in continuous and active conscious sympathy with astral life. But this astral life implies no more stagnation than did earth life. The entity progresses, and with progress, his astral body is disintegrated into its parent sphere, just as his earth body was committed to the physical elements, except that the process is almost instantaneous since we are now dealing with more refined matter. Man has now arrived at what we will call the spiritual state. He is among the stars, and heaven is visible to his normal sight. It is apparent, then, that the mind of man, his ego, is free to travel at its own volition, and in so traveling will seek its affinities, for the simple reason that such corresponding states constitute the only matter which is visible and articulate to him. But whether this traveling be done while still in the flesh or after death, the existing outer body cannot be removed from the sphere to which it belongs. It is drawn from the elements of that sphere and is inseparable from it, drawing upon it for vitality in lifetime and combining with it in death. The mind of man is more pliant. Its states vary, rising to high potentiality in moments of inspiration. The scale of its vision, therefore, changes like a kaleidoscope. In this respect, men may not judge one another, for no man may behold the life fluid of another, and some you dub the evildoers have potentialities for good. It is not idleness which creates the peace of God, but atomic harmony. It is not God's vengeance that rebukes mankind, but the inevitable clash of atoms consequent on man's self-made chemical enormities. Man is not placed arbitrarily here or there with lurking fear of injustice or sanguine hopes of mercy, but is attracted to his natural environment by the affinity of atoms. The higher man progresses, the greater is his freedom, for having learned the manipulation of the elements, he may impress them into his service and assume temporarily atomic compositions that enable him to function in a sphere other than his own. Thus he may penetrate into the darkness, or on more rare occasion pierce the veil of light which shields the spheres sublime. Where thy treasure is, there shall thy heart be also. Even in earth life, the aspirations of the heart or mind are building the etheric structures that the ego shall inhabit. The potency of constructive thought science has never plumbed. Thoughts may be material, trivial, analogous to Earth. They influence the atmosphere of the Earth planet and affect the polarity of its electrons in contact with them. They affect the body, which is physical, and through it communicate experience to the subconscious mind, but unless they are charged with some special potency, they will probably be absorbed at this point into an aggregate of mental matter, which can only in bulk further affect the ego. Thus, the cosmopolitan mind of Earth people as a whole affects the status of the planet on which they live, and in consequence, its influence as a heavenly body in the universe. The influence of some stars and planets upon others is known to be definitely evil, while other combinations have been proved beneficent. Mundane thought, therefore, impresses mundane material, whilst inspired thoughts penetrate into the spheres from which it emanated in embryo. Thought, as well as man and all matter, seeks its own affinities by the same universal and cosmic law of attraction. Man, in the course of incarnation and evolution, becomes an intelligent being of individual consciousness. The same form of evolution is applicable to thought. The nucleus enters man's mind as a flash of inspiration, and the brain exteriorizes it and builds upon it a fabric of aspiration and desire. The mundane counterpart of these thought forms may be produced in material creations, which also are subject to disintegration in the same manners as man's outer body. The actual thought form remains and establishes itself in the scene from which it was produced, modified by the limitations which man has treated it. The higher man aspires, the more pure his aspirations, the higher the sphere on which his thought forms will be built, and the more beautiful will their structure be. These emanations of a man's mind are his treasures, and his mind shall inevitably seek them, for where his treasure is, there shall his mind be. Inevitably also are some who, on passing from earth, are fated to dwell a while amid the ghostly prisons of their lascivious desires and on the planes to which such thoughts belong. Theirs is the task to reabsorb these miasmas and to transmute them in the crucible. Again, falsely united electrons are torn from their unsuitable nucleus and set free to reunite in the life stream of pure love. Another thought type of which we see so much is the insane desire for material gain. The power producing these thoughts may be greatly energized and capable of considerable evolution. Its object, however, is misplaced. We have nothing outside your plane which corresponds to your cache. The potency therefore runs to earth and is rendered void. The commonest form of thought transmission is the desire for success, and this in its higher states combined with a true love of art in one form or another is greatly productive of really beautiful structures, artistic creations, and spacious libraries and academies. Often these thoughts are tinged with material greed and selfishness, and much of their potency is lost. Again, thoughts there are which rise upward ever toward the very throne of God. Betimes are they embodied in prayer, in mercy, in love. The selfless love of man for man, including the interchange of pure love between the sexes, rises so because, being in harmony with the creative stream of love, it flows with it into the infinite. Many who have much to suffer on the borderlands of eternity have yet very beautiful palaces of their own construction awaiting them, and which in themselves will be a magnet drawing the ego upward, even through water and through fire, to regain possession of that treasure to which their mind must orient. Nothing is lost, O child of earth, nothing that has anything in it of beauty or of purity or of love withal. From some holy minds emanate those desires which are in a state of embryo perfection. These gather light even as they rise and return to God who gave them, and who shall give again in gifts of ecstatic beauty. Such are beyond the common experience of the sphere of earth, but they are to be emulated, to be striven after, for unless a man carry an ideal within his mind, there will be little energy to carry his thoughts beyond the boundaries of earth. That which the magus shall find in this hour of his initiation is linked with earth and inseparable from it to the mind whose interests are cosmic. He beholds the workings of the great laws of cause and effect and contacts the outer fringe of the divine wisdom. Arkazael. This chapter may be my favorite chapter in the book. We get an idea of interstellar space. The point of the chapter is astral affinities, and we get a really wonderful idea of vibration that many of us seemingly sense or understand, but here is a clearly described idea of the infinite realities just within our earth. There are vibrations of matter that we see because we're in this limited physical body. There are things that we cannot see in a variety of different spectrums. It's easy for you to at least understand this concept. If something is vibrating extremely slow or fast, it is outside of the range of the limited perception that we have with our own eyes. It is implied in this chapter that when we move to the etheric and astral bodies, our ability to sense higher vibrations changes. And there's a beautiful picture given at the end of this chapter that once you move from the earth plane, that you see the stars differently, that you can see much more of what is with the stars because of this sense of vibration. Repeatedly through the chapter, we discuss the law of attraction, this beautiful system that is set up throughout the entire infinite universe is that atoms are attracted to atoms that are similar. And in the same sense, thought is attracted to thought that is similar. As we leave the earth body or within our own lifetimes, we are constantly attracting atoms that are of a similar vibration. And as we move out of the earth body, we are still within a realm that is in the same vibration that we were able to see before. In order for us to rise and see beyond the limited sphere of vibration that we are in now, we must raise our own vibrations, look out and find the higher vibrations of the universe, like love. But this law of attraction is how the planets are put together. The planet gathers atoms of similar frequency for itself. And as is mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, these atoms would not work on other planets. The infinite universe that we see with our telescope is still very limited. Even when we use infrared, we expand the range a little bit, but it's still nothing close to the grandeur of the symphony of the universe around us. That is what this chapter is talking about. These affinities that occur naturally with free will by the ego-seeking mind gathers up these atoms that are of a similar mutual attraction. We are attracted to minds that are the same, and the matter that we see is part of our attraction of these atoms. I just love the idea that there is a whole other sphere of life on the earth, and they have different solids than we do. That is part of what you sense when you get a discussion of third, fourth, fifth density worlds. There is a density of vibration also occurring that you simply can't see. And as we raise our own vibration, we move into these higher vibration worlds. And what we consider as solid in this world is completely different. And it's a wonderful thing. It's ongoing and infinite. As the ego gathers its vibration, it starts to change the world that it lives in as it gains a clarity through this higher sight of the astral and etheric bodies. A reminder, in the original Nuctemeron, the 8th hour is the stars talk to each other. The soul of the suns respond to whisper of flowers. The chains of harmony are all beings of nature harmonized with each other, which really encapsulates the idea being taught in this chapter. Chapter 7, The Twilit Path. February 28th, 1929. Arkaziel. In this, the 9th hour, I describe the experiences of the Magus, for he that has parted from his flesh and comes hither after death has his home within these precincts, and his progression is steadfast and gradual. The Magus, on the other hand, is bound by exigencies of earth time and possesses not the same freedom for his explorations. Just as there is darkness in space between the astral bodies, so is there darkness betwixt the spirit spheres. Into this gloom plunges the Magus in his search for the eternal wisdom, and for this reason this step is known as the Twilit Path. He is now far from the material world, distant in condition from his physical body, beyond the confines of his own universe, immersed in alternating shadow and fitful twilight, seeking the eternal sun, which is the nucleus of the cosmos, the center around which all creation revolves, and of which your own sun and its attendant planets are that one small unit. He seeks the light whose essences may be liquefied and so become the fountain of the waters of life. Thus all creation is watered from this living nucleus, for thus the essences may travel through space in form of light rays. These are invisible in darkness, as all the sun's rays in space, but the Magus, purified by essences, may reflect them and advance by the light of his own body. He is now exposed to the full onslaught of occult forces. He is aware of powers of which the earth has known little and understood less. Voluntarily, he has exposed himself to the forces which can destroy him, and his only safety is in the light, which is his own soul responding to the eternal splendor. This is a world of signs and wonders, the farthest that the Magus has penetrated away from the illusion of the solid. Alone in the vastness of space, he is able to contemplate the phenomenon of truth from this new aspect. For the first time, he holds not only astral existence alone, but the whole cosmos as one vast, restless, changing mass of motion, with its vast gamut of atoms sensitive to every influence, however minute. He sees the bodies of men built of the same temporary, mutable material as the environment in which they function. He is conscious of the lifelight shining in each, the true nucleus around which matter gathers as mists gather and disperse again. He is within a vortex of flowing electricity, which is the source of animation of all matter, of all life. He knows that a false step now is fatal, for only so long as his own being is attuned to the light shall he remain impervious to the potency of these dominant forces. From a mortal unit limited to planetary life, he is now an immortal, part and parcel of the cosmos, a spark of living energy on its way towards the source of existence. The grandeur of truth revealed heightens the velocity of his own nature, and unconsciously he becomes the better fitted to endure the ecstasy that shall come. Yet despite the verity of this experience of the spirit, the individual may not bring back into waking life aught but the impression of dreams and a slowly developing understanding of life's meanings. The process of exteriorization is slow and incomplete. The finite brain cannot grasp the infinite. Let this be better understood. Even the most exalted, the most inspired among men, have their positive moments when the material world contacts them around with vivid semblance of reality, when all natural laws manifest in flesh seem to have their true source, end, and reason in flesh alone. At those moments, the ego is in true accord with his physical surroundings. His vibrations and the vibrations of the surrounding matter are of an exactly corresponding velocity. For the while, the finer vibrations of his mind are excluded, and he lives and thinks by the aid of his material organs alone. This experience is not unique, but universal, for it is inevitable that with the electrical mechanism which pervades creation with its ceaseless ebb and flow of action and reaction, that some time or other, and perhaps often, the state of a certain man will correspond exactly with the matter which produced him physically. This correspondence implies that every atom is satisfied, for it has grasped its affinity. Every electron is engaged in orderly revolution around its allotted nucleus. No part of his structure is disengaged in order to be recipient for inspirations from another sphere of activity. In a while, this transitory perfection is disorganized, probably by contacting a higher velocity, and man's nature reopens relationships with the unseen. The Twilit path. This is the physical parallel. Let no man blame himself unduly for these moments of doubt and error. The causes lie not in himself alone, but in the gross constitution of physical elements. Only let him beware lest he is satisfied with his condition, for his dissatisfaction is a potent factor in disorganizing his state. He is shut off from the mainland. He is bounded on all sides by the merely physical. The past gives him no more than the knowledge of birth into a physical and imperfect world. The present offers him naught but strife without victory, hope without fulfillment, sacrifice without incentive. The future promises him decay and nullity. Incarnated within the physical, he sees not beyond the material world, and not but the promptings of his own conscience shall avail to him to dissipate the entombing walls of matter. This is a man may and endure in the flesh, a counterpart to the flight of the Magus in his explorations during his hours of bodily unconsciousness. For the while he is cut off from all worlds, lost in a vortex of motion, which he has reason to believe may absorb him into its own substance. Voluntarily, he has left the world of spirit, which was the natural harbor of his own purified ego, and the eternal wisdom, the light of supernal truth, the Nirvana which he seeks, is as yet far beyond his vision. He has attained communion with the angels, and he has left them a while to seek God. Strange this, you think, but strange is the undertaking of the neophyte when first he set out for Nirvana. The natural man, awaiting the slow processes of nature, will be content to occupy such outward form as is given him in which to express himself, and will travel through the spheres seeking the company of angels and progressing with them outwards, onwards towards the eternal good. Aeons of time may pass away. It concerns him not, for he dwelleth in exceeding joy, and his hope is sure and steadfast. Not so the meteoric progression of the neophyte, who crowds into the physical lifespan the whole gamut of evolutionary experience. He cannot wait for the changing and interpenetrating cycles to revolve, but plunges into the twilight, apprehending in a shock of sudden knowledge that which he might have learnt in ease and leisure. Alone in space, in infinity, exposed naked to the pure currents of life, finding himself vaporized, even as all his surroundings are mutable and interchanging. May he not consider, since now he sees the true constituents of all substance, and recognizes in this seething vortex of motion that which he once believed was steadfast and solid, that even the fair spirit world, whose shows he has lately quitted, is not but an illusion. Even upon Calvary did not the thick darkness descend. Those alone who have tried the valleys shall ascend the mountain heights. Only those who have prayed in Gethsemane shall enter the garden of the Lord. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Shall an athlete rejoice in laurels that he has not won in the arena? What then should Nirvana be to him who hath not striven? Conscious of a mind with no enduring body, aware of a personal consciousness without the wherewithal to express itself, the ego now has affinity with matter in solution. He learns how thus the celestial essences may be controlled and perceives the nature of all substances. His bodily form has suffered temporary dissolution, and he may not rely upon it either for strife or for expression. His activity is concentrated entirely in the mind. His mind must be linked with the consciousness of God, with the divine, else will he not survive his present experience. I do not wish to digress at this point and explain what shall be before him shall he fail in his test of faith. Not obliteration, certainly, but perchance centuries of retrogression. The greater the heights attained, the greater must be the fall. If the mind is set upon the love of God, he shall not fail, for the light within will guide him. And this mortal shall put on immortality. Unclothed, the ego reaches the borders of the divine world. His spiritual body is left far back in the spheres, even as his earth body has been left in the world of flesh. He is naked and fit to be arrayed in the garments of the antechambers of heaven. He is now within the light, but he beholds it not, for beholding it, he would be blinded and singed and burned. A man may not enter a room to face the violet ray without protection for his flesh and eyesight, as they who dwell in the heights welcome the magus at the portals of the divine and lead him, whether he may be clad in raiment that shall clothe his soul and protect it until such time as he be so far progressed that he may behold it without hurt. The magus may now survey himself. He has known the body of flesh and beheld its personalities still intact in the spirit form that was in the astral spheres. There he beheld it translucent, radiant, healthful. Clad he was in garments corresponding nearly with those of earth during the periods you have come to know as classic, and enlivened with the precious stones not unlike those for which you mine today. This was rebirth indeed, and resurrection, but he beholds now a greater phenomenon. The imprint of his personality remains to him, is in fact enhanced, but his body has ceased to be organic, as you recognize organism. His form is now electrical in nature, constructed with all necessary mechanism for absorbing the magnetism that constitutes the aerial substance as oxygen, and its like constitute your own. The magnetism is indrawn through the receptive faculty of the body and expelled in individualized creative force. The whole is thus drawn upon to create the specific. His new garments do not serve to conceal his dazzling personal beauty, but he is vaguely aware of that which he shall know of a certainty later on, that they are woven of a special purpose, and that henceforth he may assume them at will when he cometh to these courts, for their virtue is of the plane to which he has come, and their potency shall be the insulator that shall serve to render the ecstatic vision endurable to him and enable him to walk in the full effulgence of the sunlight. He is enshrouded, therefore, and only from within the intangible folds of that gracious mantle may he behold the unseen. Oh, how explain these glories to you earth-born spirits? How describe the sweet cadences of music to him who is born deaf? I stumble to find words, and you are deaf to hear, for here we stand at the courts of the Holy One of God. Before that sublime moment, when the portal shall be thrown apart, I will make one more digression. There are those who have written from the spirit spheres and described visions of the Christ. In many phases of experience he has walked among men. Yea, but in these visions the Christ has come to man, not man to the Christ. In these ecstatic moments man has beheld him only as he himself could bear to see him. He who was made man is able to assume whatsoever outward form he will. But even so, such occasion is very rare, and only the dire need of a soul most highly attuned to his love, or the greatest ecstasy of adoration, can bring him so through the intervening spheres. Most often he cometh in vision, in such manner as you would describe as a thought form, where will and action and knowledge are present while the actual entity functions elsewhere. But the magus who has sought nirvana through succeeding stages of initiation is permitted to enter within this portal of the Christ spheres, even as St. John was permitted to enter and behold the Christ in true splendor. One question more you ask: how could the initiate of Egypt behold the Christ 2,000 years and more before Jesus dwelt in Galilee? My answer is a simple one: because the Christ was not manifest to you in flesh was no argument that he existed not. His manifestation through Jesus of Nazareth was an incident, the greatest incident in the history of your earth, yes, but it still remained but 33 solar years out of eternal life. The Jews rejected the Christ not because they did not believe in God, but because they could not recognize God in human form. For many centuries the earth had worshipped God the Creator, that in some form he could be partially visible to men they knew, since he had manifested to Moses and Elijah and to many of the initiates. The extent of the cosmos was known still less than it's known today, and the existence of a Godhead beyond all human knowledge, all form, all time, all space, was beyond the imagination of that day. Yet the Father of all, of whom we know not at all except he be the author of cosmic creation, the fountainhead of all light, goodness, and existence, vouchsafed as one who might manifest him within the range of human conception. This manifestation of God, man called God, and rightly so, yet there exists a distinction, for God himself is unseen, unapproachable, and he who manifests him has taken a form by which we may perceive him. It is this form, this manifestation of which mankind has been aware throughout all ages, that is known in heaven as the Christ. Therefore I say that the manifestation of this divine spirit in Jesus of Nazareth was an incident. It was much more than this, but I accentuate it because the nature of that incarnation has been much misunderstood. This was a human body, humanely born. Verily, God took our nature upon him in all ways. He functioned through our nature during the course of his earth life. Therefore he said, "That which I do, ye also can do." It is admitted that some change took place in the manner in which mankind regarded the Christ after this stupendous event. They learned a very tender personal love towards him whom they had feared. They knew God not only as their creator, but as their redeemer. They were content to behold God through his form made manifest to them. That which lies beyond is known to him alone. What is within the divine, the infinite, we may not know. Through the ages, perchance, he may lead us onward to a greater knowledge and still more vast unfolding world. It is beyond our conception now, and we desire it not, save in his good time. For the present, we can conceive no joy more ecstatic, no splendor more effulgent than the proximity of him who once was Son of Man. This is the light of the world. This is the nucleus around which all known creation revolves. Thus is the first principle expounded, the great axiom of cyclic revolutions around a superior center. Herein is the highest form we know of, that principle which animates all matter down to the formation of the atom and even of atomic particles. The units in all cases revolve around their center by reason of their attraction to it. This affinity being in itself a manifestation of the magnetic love stream which permeates the cosmos. Also, it is an immutable law that the nucleus is not fixed, but is itself an electron in a larger sphere of activity. Therefore, it is our belief that even this sublime center of holiness may itself be a sun in the eternal orbit of the Father God. The Holy Christ of God inspired and manifested in the man Jesus, but the light of heaven went not out, nor was lessened, because its source sojourned a while within one obscure planet. The Christ could not be contained wholly in Jesus. Jesus might be and was wholly God, for a whole can contain a part, but not a part the whole. Therefore, the sublime manifestation of God, which inspires the cosmos, may manifest in an individual. Man commonly, as I have stated, takes his life from God, but his is in embryo a cosmic consciousness, which becomes individualized only through incarnation into various states of matter, including your own flesh. In the life of Jesus of Nazareth, the consciousness of God manifested directly in man's body, yet subjected itself to natural laws and physical limitations. This supreme act was pregnant not only with man's good on the material plane, but also within all the cycles of his progress. God, who so manifested once in flesh, may manifest at will in this form so beloved of man through all the intervening spheres. He is Jesus. He is the Christ. He is God. His is the light supreme. Its rays therefore may penetrate and manifest within even the lowest forms of creation, yet for this cause its source shall not be lessened. Therefore may we behold the Father only through Christ. Happy are they who have beheld the Christ in Jesus. Theirs is that precious inheritance of personal love which some of us who adored from afar off wait long years to attain. Behold now the supreme ecstasy, but behold with eyes still veiled. The Spirit pervades all creation. This is life, the prana, the universal magnetism, the primal force which invades every atom, and by attraction of qualities links together all matter, all mass, and unites all motion into one purpose. Behold now this divine Spirit manifest in the form of man. It is said that every man purified is a manifestation of God, and so he is. But even so, his consciousness is limited to the extent of his experience. The individuality of his ego is newly fledged. He is able to draw upon cosmic power for life and wisdom, but he himself is not a source of power except in a local and restricted sense. The consciousness of man is potentially infinite only because it is linked with the divine consciousness, and he is himself divine potentially because he sprang from holy origin. His individuality is the outcome of a free will that has been molded within the will of God. Therefore, in beholding him who is the outward form of the divine life, which was man's own origin, man sees a manifestation of the power which created him. And although verily he is in God's own image, since the magnetic life which is the nucleus of his being is of God directly, yet he himself is but one infinitesimal reflection of the light of the eternal sun. He is one globule of pure water that returns in the volume of falling spray into the basin of the fountain of the waters of life. Arkazael. In this chapter, The Twilit Path, we are taken to the experience of the magus, which they refer to often, being parted from death and flesh. And there's a sort of comparison made to the average being that doesn't act as the neophyte that's moving through these levels, and the magus who is sort of propelled through an understanding of these outer worlds. The magus begins to seek the light, and in the process is accessed the full onslaught of occult forces. He is exposed to the forces which can destroy him. His only safety is in the light. There's a comment here that the higher you get in the light on the path of the magus, the farther that you can fall, which makes sense. There is a very interesting discussion of the life of Jesus, that he was born naturally, but that God had manifest in his body in a unique way. And it didn't mean that God was only on the planet, just like a portion of the ocean is not the entire ocean. But in this, it was referred to as an incident, something unique that had happened. This sublime manifestation of God as a human being in the flesh. It is implied that as the magus you become the Christ, but it is not said explicitly in this chapter. Yet we are just an infinitesimal reflection of the light of the eternal sun. One globule of pure water that returns in the volume of falling spray into the basin of the fountain of the waters of life, which is beautifully worded. At the beginning of this, they relate this to the ninth hour. The forces of the ninth hour are related to the astral sphere, both in the seventh as the sixth cosmic region, involving grave danger, a danger far greater than those existing in the material sphere. For this reason, the candidate needs to have a deep and safe judgment that allows you to make the right choices when necessary. The ninth hour is the number that cannot be revealed. Because it cannot be revealed to persons unfit, they would be subject to many dangers. The number 9 involves all the secrets, the forces started Gnostic, which cannot be revealed prematurely. However, the nature of these mysteries may be indicated without unveiling the secrets that need to be preserved for the right time. So it's implied that something secretive sort of happens, at least in the original Nuctemeron. Chapter 8. The Resurrection and the Life. March 12th, 1929. Arkaziel. Herein is harmony perfected. Yet here, the ego which is of God may not look upon God, for he has been on a long journey in far lands, and he come hither travel-stained and weary. He has suffered a long initiation, and now must his scars be purged and his soul refreshed. For he who is perfect can be beheld in his glory only by the eyes of perfection. For looketh the soul otherwise than this, his fall would be as the fall of Lucifer. Fear not, O soul, newly come through strife and darkness, for the holy breath of him who breathed life into man's nostrils in the beginning of time pervades the air of Nirvana, the seventh heaven. Therefore, man, inhaling by means of his celestial body, draws into his own soul the life, the beauty, the perfection of the Christ. As he dwells upon the threshold, so vitality invades him, and holiness perfecting him. He has sacrificed all that was mortal, all that was material, and all that was disharmonious has been destroyed far back when he contacted the celestial fluids. His body of dust has returned to dust. His astral body has returned to the astral planes. His spirit body has been dissolved in the solution of matter, and his soul has returned to God who gave it. The corruptible shall be made incorruptible. This mortal shall put on immortality. This is the resurrection and the life. This is the last trump, when the state of the soul is decided, when sin and evil have dominion over it and power no more. When there can be no more tears or weeping, for all former things are passed away. As the celestial body grows and is strengthened, so the shroud with which the angels have guarded the naked ego falls away, and he that hath overcome inherits the kingdom of God. To him is given the palm of consummation, the crown of the child of God, He weareth the white robe of him who have been purified, and his aura is a rainbow about his head. This is the resurrection and the life. He who cometh so far shall not see death, nay, not even in the flesh. It is written, Thou shalt not suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. Therefore, he who is partaken of the nature of the most holy of God shall also be given control of all the elements of his manifestations. Of this you have seen examples in the passing of Elijah and of others who also came in the name of the Lord. I am the resurrection and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but through me. For in Nirvana are gathered the sons of God, and verily the day shall come when all shall so be gathered, a host which no man can number, and number in that day. He will lead us forward into the infinite towards a God who we cannot reach, even in thought, for he hath no form that we may behold him, even in our inmost being. Blessed and holy is he who comments to this resurrection. All the pain of his development and of his purification are but a dream that has passed in the light of the eternal dawn. Blessed are the sorrows that man endures, since they are but the outward form of that reorganization of disharmony within his spirit, which shall so be blended into the eternal harmony of ecstatic vision. Amen. This is the resurrection wherein man leaveth his body of matter and is incarnated into the magnetic essences. I speak of matter as you know it, as conglomeration of atomic particles forming the illusion of solidity. Thus, into matter was hurled the soul of man. Thus, from its dark morass has he risen to fall again, and yet again. His free-born ego has been encased in vaporous bodies and in the protoplasmic organisms of flesh. Long has he sought the release that is alone the reward of harmony, wherein he may attain mastery over the elements. Thus attaining, he cometh at last to the resurrection. His bodies of matter are shed as one casts warm clothing, and he finds himself as he is, and has always been, potentially a son of God, created in the image of him who is all in all. After a pilgrimage through mirage and illusion, thus he findeth reality, for here is the pure substance which animateth all things, the source of the generation of all elements. Yet the elemental fluid is not without form, forsooth, for it manifesteth everywhere in sublime form. In itself, it is light, it is movement, it is vibration. Herein is a galaxy of rainbow diadems, not for man alone, but for every object of nature, every tree, every flower. In that ecstatic garden of the Lord radiates an aura of holy beauty. For having inhaled the divine breath, it giveth again that which it has received, tinged moreover by the radiations of its individual powers. Herein man may contact a single blossom and gain from its essence something which erstwhile he lacked, and the blossom will give in conscious gladness and be again replenished from the fountain of living water, from the breath of God. O simple mysteries you know not of, even on your gross sodden earth you may gather some good from the aura of a little flower. Why think you the Lord God created these blossoms? For the God of man, aye, verily, and not for the God of his eyesight only, but more than this. The flower shall not inherit the consciousness of man, but it is, and shall be, a partaker in cosmic consciousness, however minute the degree of its capacity for receptivity. Man is endowed with powers for initiative and action. The flower is endowed with grace to give of its own essence, to be a channel for the divine vitality, however minute the degree in which it is enabled to exhale it. For scientific details you may look with benefit to your own material knowledge. I give you here the key only, for I would speak of those things which are beyond the bounds of the material. In the pigments which caused the colorations of plants of all kinds, there are special chemical solutions having a definite affinity with man's own organisms, and they must and do react upon him morally and physically, for the physical and moral are combined in this material nature to an extent not recognized as yet. Why did God clothe your fields in gentle green, if it were not to give peace and restfulness to the striving, weary earth? All you take for granted and give no thanks or even acknowledgement to him who giveth all. Thus, where blossoms the lotus in Nirvana, the heavenly flowers gather, each according to its kind, just such elements of the divine breath as they need for the processes of their own alchemy, and man newly come among the blessed may gather that which he needeth. Celestial blossoms. Should I stay to describe them to you? They are far beyond the descriptive genius of the greatest among the manipulators of your poor earth language, and such genius have not I. I concern myself with science and fundamental causes, together with those effects which man has overlooked to his own loss and injury. Mayhap my lord Zabdiel may attempt the feat, in part ere this book be closed. Nirvana is the nucleus of all known creation. It therefore has its counterpart upon every plane and condition of existence. It is for this reason that I leave the divine heights to describe to you the parallels between the ecstatic consummation and their physical duplicates in the earth state. For by this man may learn much, not only that which shall benefit him now, but also in future conditions. For if he is able to acquire vitality from the various manifestations of cosmic life, he is the better fitted for his journey through all spheres of existence, for he is equipped with the knowledge of how to sustain himself and to progress toward the ultimate felicity. Also, it is only by analogy that I may describe to you the conditions of obtaining in Nirvana. We are in the presence of the light of the world. His very breath is light, and in that light is life. Life abounding infinitely in truth and color. Of color I speak in this connection, for it is partaketh of the same qualities of emotion as those I have described, speaking to you of flowers. Again, experiments for yourself. Walk through a garden in the full flood of midsummer sunshine and mark the blaze of color in herbaceous beds. All the shades of the spectrum will be there in all their varieties. Now wait until the sun goes down, and in the twilight return to the same spot. What will you see there now? Dim shapes that you know are flowers, but where is the galaxy of their coloring? Only shades of gray are visible, fading from white to black. And so with blossoms of Nirvana in the dim shades of your twilit earth, the wildest range of color you can obtain is that comprised within the spectrum. In Nirvana, the source of light, the whole gamut of radiant tints burst forth in a galaxy of ecstatic beauty. These are colors you know not of. They are beyond the radius of human vision. Again, it is a matter of vibration, for vibrations of light produce color, and only those of a given length register upon your optic lens. This I have explained beforehand, but I repeat it here, because common as this elementary knowledge among you, the burden of it is lost sight of almost entirely, and you ignore the phases of light that are seen clairvoyantly, that you know by very common sense deduction must exist. From time to time, your spectrum is set for you in the sky, that all may behold. You see it as an arc, because the remainder of its cycle is hidden by your own earth. You do not doubt the completing arc exists, although you are unable to distinguish it through the grosser material of the earth formation. It appears to you also as a narrow belt of 7 colors. There are colors within and without the width of this visible band. Why should you doubt their existence? Because their vibrations are not distinguishable to you. In the summer garden of the Lord, there is color beyond the soaring images of fancy, color that is drawn from the holy source of light and transmuted with celestial pigment. All this man may imbue into his own body, and no words of mine may describe the ecstasy of his soul. Each flower glows and trembles with beauteous hue and exhales a radiant aura, palpitating with beauty. Each globule of water washes 1,000 rays comparable to the scintillations of a cut diamond. And this analogy is mean in the extreme, but the best that I can find among your gross materials. The body of man is radiant as crystal glass, glowing with color, which is in itself indicative of his virtue and accomplishment. Here, indeed, is the light of truth, but no man come hither may fear its rays, for he himself is perfected, else could he not have come. I speak of light, I speak of water, for he whose breath gave life to man, he who is the light of the world, is the fountain also of living water, the source of refreshment and renewal. Even your own water on earth flows from this source of energy. You do not realize this. How came water upon the earth planet? Within it was a glowing mass hardening into shape and form. Water came from without, formed by the contact of heat with cool, celestial air, by which steam was produced from those particles of moisture from the etheric spheres. The warmth of the sunlight will condense the water upon the earth's surface and convert it into clouds and vapor. Thus a planet of lower vibrations, invisible to man, contacting the earth's aura, will be enabled to withdraw from it some elements of moisture necessary to organic life. This system has been in operation all through the gamut of the spheres and through all phases of creation. Therefore, the Christ, speaking through Jesus in saying, "I will give of the water of life freely," spoke not alone in parables, but uttered an abstruse and fundamental truth, which was not recognized by the world in the days of Jesus and is not in fact recognized today. The light waves are the only vibrations you recognize as endowed with a limitless power of progression through astral space. Take them as an example of projected vibration, and as they radiate from a common center, coming directly or indirectly from the universal source of light, the sun, be convinced that thus travel also those more subtle forms of magnetism, many of which are quite intangible to you now. Also, as universal matter has a common center in the solar body, so believe that cosmic matter is united in the common life, radiated by the living nucleus of all creation. Thus you mark the progress of light through the spheres, but not the progress of water, since the water is vaporized by the warmth of light rays and becomes invisible to the human eye. Thus, the celestial elements experience the same descent into matter which is undergone by man himself. But here I touch upon a subject so vast that I may not digress so far as to expand even the most elementary of its phases. Suffice it if I say that all elements descend into matter and are utilized therein by man, himself also a product of sublime elements incorporated in flesh. The whole life of man on earth is a counterpart of his life in heaven, only upon an infinitely lower scale. Your own earth stands to you now as the lowest form of matter, because the soul of man, being divine in essence, aspires. Lower forms exist. This we know to our sorrow, for the earth itself is dark enough, alas, to cause us grief. And here life and conditions correspond to those of earth, but lower still in the scale of being. This correspondence persists through all the intermediate planes, and herein lies great consolation, for man shall not naturally find himself in an environment which is altogether strange. Death will but implant him with an environment wherein he will find in tangible form those creations of his mind which had no analogy with earth, and although the custom will mayhap not be such as he has known hitherto, yet will he find much that is familiar in all its outward forms. Life, nature, the elements, all are perfect at their source, and manifest imperfection, all are vitiated by their descent into matter and contorted by the mind of man. All follow the same cycle of progression in the great scheme of evolution, which is the gateway to Nirvana. Thus, as the divine life force interpenetrates man's flesh, so the inner perfection of created nature interpenetrates the particles of physical matter. Therefore, then, man dwelling inwardly in his refined person may absorb from natural products that which is in affinity with himself. Bathing in clear water, he will absorb vitality which would remain untapped by the mere material personality. Unclothing his body to the light, he will receive through the medium of its rays some virtue of the transcendent light, which is the origin of all illumination. He shall walk among the flowers, and his emotions shall be stimulated and purified. He shall eat of the fruits, and they shall nourish his body in such measure that it shall resist disease and the disabilities of age. He shall breathe the pure air and inhale into his soul the life everlasting. He shall open his mind to the vast spaces of the cosmic and receive eternal wisdom. Thus, man has not a dual but a multiple personality, and every phase or expression of his being interpenetrates his outward body exactly in the same manner as matter is interpenetrated by the magnetic properties of life and force. At every point of consciousness, man has affinity with a corresponding condition of matter. Hence, clairvoyance, clairaudience are not supernormal but natural, and their absence indicates not sanity but a gross condition of material development. This is universal on the earth plane, and once the earth developed spiritual faculties, it would stand in different relation to the other units of the universe unless the state of progression were universal. It is expedient that progress be a concerted movement, each plane affecting another to its betterment, so that all may go forward in harmony. The significance of the transference of thought, therefore, among the astral bodies is important. The movement of the planets affect the celestial light rays, just as the radiations of the spectrum are broken up by a prism. Each unit within the cosmos is influenced as it requires. You are not aware of these color rays. You do but feel their effects upon yourselves. You suffer periods of depression and disturbance, and others of revival and prosperity. Old structures must be broken down in order that new may be built. Cavil not therefore at periods of tumult, for they are the birth pains of new development. It is well if evil may be corrected in the flesh without penetrating further into the rare nature of man within, where by reason of its own substance it must contact a higher frequency current of celestial power. Therefore, the magus entering the courts of Nirvana, while yet he animates his body of flesh, contacts upon the threshold the supernal wisdom, Archazael. Here we have a very interesting discussion of the resurrection and the life. Here, the resurrection wherein man leaveth his body of matter and is incarnated into the magnetic essences, as described by Archazael. They speak of the matter as you know it as conglomeration of atomic particles forming the illusion of solidity. Thus, into matter we were hurled as the soul of man, describing this process of coming out of the matter, and we blossom into a higher light that is described in this chapter that leads to a sort of nirvana. All of the heavenly essences become matter, and all the elements are a part of this higher vibrational world that's described. There's some beautiful language in this chapter. There is a description of this higher world. In the summer garden of the Lord, there is color beyond the soaring images of fancy, color that is drawn from the holy source of light. Each flower glows and trembles with beauteous hue and exhales a radiant aura, palpitating with beauty. Each globule of water flashes 1,000 rays comparable to the scintillations of a cut diamond. There is a beautiful description of the higher light waves and the interaction with it. Here we enter the 10th hour. She is the key astronomical cycle in the circular motion of the lives of men, from the original Nuctemeron. Now, I know that I've said this several times. I'm relating this text, which is called the New Nuctemeron, to the old text, trying to see if there is any relationship between the two documents, or if there's clues as to the understanding from the old document to the new. It's not important. It's just something I'm trying to do in helping to understand this text. In this case, I don't see the affinity with it, but it's possible. There are 12 hours, and we're getting close to the final chapter of this. The 11th hour is the wings of the jinn move with mysterious sounds. There are different books that have been written to interpret the meaning of the different hours, and as I said, there are magical ceremonies that also correspond with them. What we're seeing so far, if we reflect back on the book up to this point, is an initiation of the human soul entering into matter and coming out of matter. And in this particular chapter is an emphasis that if you can reach this nirvana state, ends up creating a sort of resurrection and a transformation in the magus, the initiate that goes through this process. Chapter 9. Nirvana. March 19th, 1929, Arkazael. Yet say you, man who has scaled the heights in spirit, returns to the flesh without conscious memory of his experience. Incarnation is not life in itself, but a phase of existence, yet the part sustains the illusion that it is the whole, and the focus of being is thereby wrongly set. Man awakens to a little hour of solar day, and for him it is his eternity. Would you it were otherwise? Say not yes without due thought, for thought may sometimes carry desire to the point of gratification, and what new sorrows must come upon the world were this desire gratified? Why was the human brain created incapable of containing the magnitude of cosmic truth? Some there are who have been enabled so to overcome the exigencies of the flesh that they have brought to the surface of physical life the wisdom that is hidden normally in the deeps of the soul's consciousness. These were the prophets, the seers, these incarnated that the world through them might have light. These were souls progressed beyond the borders of temptation, and no past lay behind them unatoned. Through fire, through water, and in the silence had their spirits been tried, and thus came they in the strength of the Most High to accomplish the work of angels. Shall mankind liken themselves to these? Think a while and consider the celestial love manifested in this strange faculty of forgetfulness, of oblivion. I tell you solemnly that lacking this yours were a crazy, mad, tormented world, writhing in a hopeless morass of impotence and regret. First, I repeat, your body of flesh is attuned to material conditions, and there is harmony between matter and the carnal brain. You take pleasure in physical enjoyments, in terrene artistry, in human affection, in mental dissipations, the sunlit river, the verdant spring and a golden autumn, the sea, the mountain and the dale. All these delight you, and so it was ordained. Fatigue of body, limitations of sight, these are so much the expressions of habit as to pass undiscussed. Now my point is this. Think you this felicity would remain were the brain cells to conceive and bring forth the knowledge of the supernal spheres? The soul has beheld the living waters, the eternal sun. It has walked in the garden of the Lord and sensed perfection within its own body. Could it longer tolerate impurity, darkness, miasmas, mists, fatigue, perversity, sin? Could the weak solar sunlight satisfy longer the eye that has been dazzled by the light of God? Could the petty recreations of earth please the soul that is delighted in nirvana? Could gross, stale, and impure food satisfy one who has tasted the fruits of paradise? I tell you no, and this is not all. The majority of men upon the earth today go upward and not down. Their spirits project themselves in sleep into the future spheres, and they remember not. It is expedient they remember not. Yes, but how much more expedient is it that the past also is expunged? I argue not with those who believe life comes with birth, for they deny ipso facto integral divinity. If the soul is of God, then it has descended from God. It is incarnated into matter, but not directly for matter, being gross, cannot contact the divine. There must be an intervening vehicle of astral and spirit matter. If the soul has not descended through the arc of involution, then it is not of God. If the soul of man incarnating be not divine, then it shall not acquire divinity. If it is not divine, it is mass without motion, a product of inertia, since all motion, all life are divine in their source and substance. Therefore, thou who believest in God must needs believe in God within thyself. Man is not a god, but he partaketh of the divine, since so he was created, and the created may not like himself to the Creator, although he be produced out of his substance. In nirvana, our body shall be as the body of the living Christ. Verily, they shall be truly in his own image, but we shall not be Christ's. Our body shall be dependent for life upon his body, the breath that sustain us upon his respiration, the light of our eyes upon his light, and our refreshment upon his gift of the fountain of waters. We shall see him as he is, be ourselves as he is, but dependent upon him our Creator, for severed from him we should be not at all. Man may say, I am divine, but not I am a divinity. He may say, I am one with Christ, but not I am a Christ. He may say, I am immortal, but only so long as he acknowledges his source of immortality. There is but one God, and man dwells in him, and he in man. The planets are of the sun, and take their light from the sun, but were the sun to be hidden of themselves, they could not shine. If man were not divine, he could not live. If he were himself a divinity, he could not sin. Man is both divine and vulnerable, for he has insulated his divine magnetism and breasted the disharmonies of matter. The free will, which one bound the soul to God by the eternal link of attraction, also suffers insulation, and its electrons are free to suffer counteraction. These are responsible for those internal disharmonies which thrust the ego deeper and deeper into the vortex of matter. The majority of mankind are arising from the vortex. The earth plane is set upon the arc of evolution. It is not the lowest point to which the spirit of man may descend. It is apparent, therefore, that the lower man descends. The more base the matter which he contacts, the greater is the potentiality of his ultimate state. His sufferings increase. He is hurled back again and again to incarnate in surroundings with which his natural affinity is so strong that until he has overcome his unnatural attractions, he may not leave them. The divine life fights within him, and he rises to contact the celestial essences. Here the evil within him is destroyed, the false accretions of his integral magnetism are torn from him by cleansing flames. As yet he cannot breast the tide. He sinks again, that he may regain that which he has lost. He reincarnates, perhaps on a new plane, bringing into carnate life the desire for strength and purity. He is given opportunity, perhaps in the form of endeavor, of striving, of endurance. A soul on its way to Nirvana, it enters earth life. Who shall judge it? It comes, the future unknown, the past expunged. It comes into a new world. A new page is turned, a clean page. Would you that should be tortured by the remembrance of shame and agony, the thought of heinous deed and unrequited debt? Should it be haunted by the remembrance of debased humanity, still wallowing in the caverns of darkness? Not so is the mercy of God shown towards his creation. Each phase of existence is a new beginning, and the ego incarnating is alike forgetful of the past and ignorant of the future. It stands at the portal of opportunity, imbued with the faculty of acquiring wisdom, presented with occasion for atonement, and with sorrow that shall exalt and purify. I do not just say that of necessity the human soul incarnates repeatedly into one phase of life. The natural course of the soul is progression, and by the word incarnating, I do not necessarily intend to convey the assumption of a body of flesh such as you know it. Upon whatever plane the ego may rest, it incarnates into matter of that plane. That is, it assumes chemical material from the nature of that sphere in order to render itself articulate and capable of functioning normally in its present surroundings. At death, so-called, you consider that the ego becomes discarnate, but in reality it incarnates into the astral or into the spirit. Both these states imply assumption of matter, refined matter certainly, but still substance which is integrally chemical. It is only with the attainment of nirvana cometh the true resurrection out of material conditions and the revelation of the body of naked magnetism, which is the real substance of the soul. Of a truth, reincarnation into flesh is not so uncommon as some of you believe it. It occurs when the necessity arises. You have many analogies in earth life which correspond to such necessity. A child may return term by term to the same class if its lessons have been unlearned or its mentality incapable of grasping the lesson. Of its free will the spirit returns, and not alone for purposes such as this, but betimes for atonement, and at times also because there are labors that may be accomplished. In no case is memory reborn into a new state. Atonement is unconscious, and many there are who cavil at human woes, who would be silenced were the tome of the past be opened and the blotted page revealed. There are some who have uttered thanksgiving that they were not among the curious crowd on Calvary who reviled the Holy Christ in the hour of supreme sacrifice. I tell you that no memory of such an act could be endured. This is man's hell, but it is short-lived. He is permitted to atone. Out of the darkness he may come back to the earth filled with the light of solar day. He cometh carefree, forgetful. There he may love the Christ of God. He may labor in his name. He may suffer and be himself sacrificed for his love. Then when he reaches those plains where memory unfolds, the poignancy of remorse is softened. The infamy belongeth already to yesterday, and the sorrow is expunged in the joy of service and of love. Nothing is forgotten. Every act, every thought of man registers upon the ether, upon the matter even of his surroundings, and is imprinted upon the substance of its affinity. There is no memory that the mind of man may escape, but the gamut of its incidents unfolds slowly as the leaves of a book. As he advances and can bear the knowledge, so are the pages turned. Only when an act has been atoned shall permanent knowledge of it reach the evolving ego. Some there are who have incarnated and remained comparatively immune from evil perversions. These have fewer regrets and fewer sorrows. They have plumbed the density of matter, fortified by the strength which sustains them through conscious communion with the source and substance of their being. These indeed are the happy band of pilgrims. Others have descended into the abyss. They have arisen to fall again. The fires have scorched them, and the waters have gone over their head. Through great endurance these souls arise, and for them alone is the full knowledge of God's infinite mercy. For them alone is the realization or divine sympathy such as inspired the act of cavalry. For them there is rejoicing and song and thanksgiving. Shall there not be more rejoicing for the one sheep that was lost than for the 99 within the fold? For they were humbled shall be exalted. Those which have striven shall accomplish. Those who were sorrowful shall rejoice exceedingly, for unto him which overcoming shall be given the crown of life. Thus man cometh to perfection. The gamut of his experience is unfolded in the vast kaleidoscope of memory. His senses are perfected into consummate power. His eyes are open to the vista of creation. His ears to every tone of the cosmos. His nostrils to the perfume of the cosmic world, which is the incense before the throne. His lips may taste the sweetness which cometh forth of the strength of his striving and its accomplishment, and his touch may heal and quicken in the power of the Most High God. He has passed the veil of the inner tabernacle. For him are unfolded all mysteries, all wisdom. His mind inhales inspiration from the divine mind. He is linked with him, mind and body, and in the link is the life everlasting. Amen. This is the justification of being as we know it at present. This is the issue of endeavor. Only that which is sublime survives, that which is beautiful, that which is ecstatic. All pain, all sorrow, all ignominy, our sin, are as a dream that has passed away. The memory of such is quiescent because it has begotten experience and understanding. Thus it lives on, its offspring, but glorified. O fainting hearts that recognize not in the sorrows of today the birth pains of a rapture that shall live with eternity. Is the preparation too rigorous? Is the way too rough to tread? Did not he tread it also, O Son of Man? He took our nature upon him. You do not realize the magnitude of this implication. He completed the cycle of human progression with all the processes which it involved, without pollution, and yet identifying his holy body with our sin, he contacted the profundities of matter and suffered himself to be cleansed by the only means open to mankind, that of sacrifice and atonement. He incarnated upon the earth planet into a body of flesh. He took upon him the limitations of the flesh. The physical brain of a man, however pure, could not express the mind of God. Great knowledge, great wisdom, great power he was able to exteriorize into surface consciousness from the divine mind within, but only in such measure as to be an example to man. Unattained, but not unattainable, the ideal which he set. That the memory of his divine state and purpose was suppressed by the confines of the physical body is apparent in his prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane. He had subjected his godhead to manhood and could now only reattain his state by sacrifice. His body was the perfect instrument by which God might speak to man, because it was attuned in perfect harmony to the will of God. If you believe merely that a carpenter's son of Nazareth was inspired by divine illumination, then you have reduced the lofty symbol of sacrifice to mere terrene significance. You have docked yourselves of the ecstatic hope of beholding the Son of Man glorified. You have lost the love of God as a personal factor. For you, it is cosmic, vague, because it hath no form that man may see, no eyes that shall regard him with infinite tenderness, no lips that shall utter benediction. The light of the world has an unknown source, the fount of living water, no spring. Yet if you believe that the Christ incarnate in Jesus was God manifest in power in omniscience, how then could he have said, "Follow me"? Can incarnate man be as God? Nay, verily, he was, as your text has it, very God and very man, because of the subjection of the Godhead into manhood, that the supreme act of sacrifice might be consummated and the way of life made plain. If it were otherwise, how think you the earth could have contained him when the cosmos cannot hold? Verily, in such case, the whole system of universes would have been changed, and the earth become the central source of light. Light cometh from God the Father, verily, but it is only through the holy medium of the Christ that it reaches our spheres, just as it is through the medium of the visible sun that light is distributed upon the earth. Be reasonable, therefore, and content that you have beheld in flesh the divine incarnated, and that from henceforth you may behold the Christ in Jesus. For in earlier periods man had not this advantage. Only the seer and the holy prophets, who had been elevated in spirit to Nirvana, were enabled to look upon any manifestation of the divine, and man also, having passed from the physical state, had before him many spheres of progression ere he could reach the supernal vision. Thus, in incarnating the divine, Christ took into himself a human likeness. This appearance was the outer surface of the various strata of being, just as it was in man. It is apparent, therefore, that in withdrawing from the flesh, the imprint of his physical personality remained stamped upon the astral and spiritual form which he had assumed in order to reach a condition in which incarnation was possible. God could not contact flesh. Many strata of nature were necessary before the current of divine force could be sufficiently insulated for such a purpose. It is written that for 3 days he entered into the hells, veiling his holy light that we might pass even into the dim spheres of evil. Therefore, since the hour of the crucifixion is a great sign and a great wonder known to man, in all his states he may behold God manifested. That is, the Christ, once having assumed all states to which man can be subject, is able to reassume such conditions at will. A man in the flesh, desperately desiring it, and in great virtue or need, may see him as he walked in Galilee. Mankind, likewise, having passed the veil of death, may behold him as he comes to them in the intermediate spheres. As the purity of man's own spirit enables him, so he will see that Christ. Ever fuller becomes the vision, ever fairer. With every upward grade his glory and presence are more complete, whilst he loses nothing of personality. In Nirvana he is the consummation of all that worshipping man of all ages and creations has beheld in him. Amen, amen to you who have asked, what is the meaning of life, the purpose of existence? I have answered as well I may. I can give you only that which you can receive. I've used analogies of your own sphere as a lifeline to link up with your understanding, but it is if I likened the sun shining in his strength to a fragment of phosphorus floating in the sea. I have tried to describe the indescribable, to open the tome of wisdom to babes who yet cannot read. Nay, I censure you not, pity you not, O evolving humanity, but rather I rejoice with you exceedingly, for I have been permitted to gaze into the nirvana of ecstasy that awaits the coming of mankind. Only forget not his gentle words, blessed are they which have not seen and yet have believed. Amen. My blessing I leave with you, not from myself, but from him who is able to give exceedingly, for I am but the vessel through which by divine sanction the holy grace may flow. May the eyes of earth be opened, and the ears quickened, that they may perceive him, which is, and which was, and which is to come. Amen. Benedictio de descendant super te. Amen. In this powerful final chapter, we see the culmination of the process of the soul becoming matter and going through these steps of evolution, these hours, as they refer to it, as the new Nuctemeron. We are blessed with this amazing insight that we come in contact with the Christ. We can only conceive of it in a very small way within the earth body, but it goes ever onward, and we reach a state of nirvana. The final hours are the wings of the jinn move with mysterious sounds, and the 12th hour, here are the performance by the fire, the works of the eternal light. Perhaps I will spend another episode going over the meanings of the original phrases of this, but we see the final culmination of the initiation of man, unifying with that divine state, connecting to the divinity within. There's a real question here of what sort of divine we would connect to, and it's only minimal to begin with, only within our limited understanding within this body. And there is so much more to comprehend of the Creator, which is what is amazing about this work. It really is talking about moving to the next density, moving through the process of third density into fourth density, into this amazing realization of the Creator. This is a description of the step-by-step process we go to from a soul that becomes matter and goes through this life, ultimately connecting to source and moving through the astral spheres, and then ultimately into the immortality of the Creator. Epilogue, March 26, 1929, Zabdiel. Amen. Behold, the neophyte is become the magus. Amen. My lot has fallen unto me in a fair ground, yea, I have a goodly heritage. Come with me upon the back of the south wind, and upon the zephyrs inhale the rising perfumes of ozone and of flowers. Come past all the confines of earth and her narrow limits, beyond the principality of the new moon, beyond the silver path of the Milky Way, beyond the realms of astral diamonds set in the targe of purple space. Come beyond time and space into the courts of eternity, the garden of the Lord. And here shall you behold the sun which illumines all suns. You may bathe in the waters which replenish all waters, and in fountains whose spray slakes the thirst of all universes. You may inhale the air which first breathed the life spirit into man. You may hearken to the music which is in the harmony that unites all creation, and melodies which are the source of cosmic joy. Here there arises from the bowl of incense the perfume which is the prayer of all time, all people. It mingles with the scent of 10,000 times 10,000 blossoms and returns in benediction. There are no colors unto these colors, which tint not alone in the vegetation, but every particle of the atmosphere. O little spectrum of 7 shades! Again, 10,000 spectrums have spread the glorious auras since the confines of earth were left. O radiant glory of which earth has no conception! O blossoms nurtured in magnetic soil, watered by the streams of life unfolded in the light of the sun, of everlasting righteousness, stained with the vivid hues of sublimated emotion and of supreme sacrifice, scented with the breath of creation. Can man visualize such as these? And here in the garden walketh man, whose life sprang from the divine nature, which was God's own image, in the presence of him who of his own will descended into the image of man. And the lion shall walk with the lamb, and a little child shall lead them. For here shall all creation be gathered together in the fullness of its inherent beauty and the issue of its divinely wrought inception. And the birds of the air shall sing to the glory of God, and all that live shall praise him. As yet we know not the life that must be in that ecstatic garden, We cannot even behold it in the fullness of its beauty, for our senses are veiled, lest we venture beyond our powers of beholding and are flung backward into the abyss of matter. Yet this we know, that when at last we may claim admittance as citizens of heaven, then our souls shall have no further seeking, for here is Nirvana, the fulfillment of the heart's desire. We know that no joys shall pall, no ecstasy be beyond our endurance, for here is the source of all life, all being, all animation, all emotion. The heart of man shall feed upon that which it desires, for all desires are purified, and man shall be found in affinity with the Godhead, from whose divine source he sprang. He shall be one with him, one in love, in power, and wisdom, and yet himself still a conscious personality, just as the Christ descended will retain the personality of Jesus. This is for a time, we know not if it be forever, but we know of a certainty that man thus exalted has travail no more, neither will that be demanded of him which he shall not desire. We believe that ecstasy shall not be expressed in idle adoration. We know that from hence must come all answer to prayer, all administration of worlds whose number is legion. From hence flows all light, all waters, all music, all harmony, all wisdom, all power, all love. We know this is holy rule is not impersonal and automatic. We know that the divine creator worketh through his angels, and that his word is passed from sphere to sphere until it reaches even unto the outlands of his kingdom. Therefore our praise, our love, our worship still will be manifest in labor, and our ecstasy shall be in service. If our God labors ever for the welfare of his creation, if he hearkens to the prayers of the multitude and suffereth not his little ones to perish, thus should we, who are his desire, an eternity of idleness, lounging upon his footstool. Not yet, not yet. Not until that which is perfect shall have replaced all imperfection, until the winds of his magnetic love have winnowed away the chaff, and darkness is made visible in eternal light. This is the capital city, the New Jerusalem. This is the seat of justice, the center of administration. This is the source of life, the nucleus of cosmic creation, the delocalization of all energy. I speak of that which I have beheld in vision. It is a land of motion. How shall I describe it? For within the magnetic cores is the only reality, and in its emanations are the only forms which are not illusory. For here the soul of man and the soul of matter are in affinity, and their substance is one with the divine. And here there is no temple of God, for his palace is the temple, and there are many abiding places for his ministers and for his people, and he himself shall rule over them. And they shall behold him in his glory upon the throne, and in the garden he shall walk among them. And they which have travailed most shall be nearest him to serve, and those who most have loved him. For all travail, all pain, all tears shall be as a dream that has tortured the night and fades with the mists of the morning. Thus the heavens and the earth shall pass away, but the nirvana of God shall remain. Thus the neophyte ascending shall complete his hours of labor and win the crown of his reward. We have given this epilogue, our blessing be upon you, and the blessings of him who was the first and the last in the eternal cosmos, as he was first and shall be last within the soul of man. May man be aware of his inception and of his destiny, and may the grace of our Lord, his God, be with him. Amen. Amen. Arcasiel, the philosopher who was known as Apollonius of Tyana, Zabdiel. This final epilogue really requires no commentary. It's just a beautiful description of a future world, when the earth once passes and we've moved through the spheres, evolving to this perfect state where we are in communion with the Lord in Nirvana. It's beautifully stated and concludes this book. And thus we conclude the new Nuctemeron, the 12 hours of Apollonius of Tyana. I know if you saw the thumbnail for this, you thought, it looks kind of weird. I've never heard of that. But I hope you got a chance to listen to some of this, because it's just beautiful. I found it very resonant, and it's a channeled work, but it feels authentic and real. at the end there, we get Zabdiel, who was the assistant to Arkaziel. And we understand that Arkaziel really is Apollonius of Tyana, a historic figure who lived once and was a great scholar who wrote a book called the Nuctemeron. Who knows if it's true or not, but the words themselves are beautiful. And if they were words just written by Marjorie Livingston, they're still amazing and beautiful. It describes a universe that has many, many different levels and layers to it, and helps us to understand the vibrations and frequencies that we're moving through. It paints a picture of an afterlife that is infinite and profound, that resonates with other materials that we've already talked about. We move towards what is the same as us. And so coming with this is an internal warning that the whole universe is attracting elements and atoms that are similar. And if you fall within that evil realm, you're going to just attract elements that are evil. And then you end up having to go through this process, and it's very painful. But you, as a neophyte, can understand your process of becoming matter and why you're here and what you're moving through, with an understanding of light, with an understanding of the Creator, moving through these amazing lessons, coming out on the end in this Nirvana state, moving through the spheres of the astral, understanding these astral affinities. And then ultimately, when it's all said and done, you don't have to do it anymore. There's a period of time, they don't give an exact amount of time, that we're going through in discovering our soul and our existence, learning these lessons. And this is a beautiful description of that path, of the soul becoming matter, becoming a body, and going through these lessons. And beautiful image of an expectation of the many heavens that we have to enter in our future. I really love to get your feelings on this book, and if you had read it before, or if you've heard of it, if you've applied any of its teachings, if perhaps you've applied magical ceremonies based upon its teachings. If you're interested in additional information regarding this, there is an amazing book called The Key of Arkaziel that has 17 additional chapters. I could have read that. It has this built into it with an additional chapter at the beginning about psychic communication, and some amazing stuff written about creation and the rays and the birth of the planet. And I may go back and read these additional materials if this is something that resonated with you. I found it to be super fascinating, and I totally recommend that you read it if you want to get into some deep channeled works. To further discuss this, there is supplementary material for the original Nuctemeron that goes into the names and attributions of the genii who preside over the 12 hours of the Nuctemeron. These genii, or as Damon Brand refers to them as geniuses or aspects of the angelic intelligences, understood as neither angels nor demons, but as moral forces personified as virtues. And some people go through and say these names very much like they're invoking angels, and it's related to the different hours that are involved, and it has some amazing effects. In my own case, I have tried to evoke some of these intelligences, and I've found some results from it. It's very detailed, and there's an explanation of these different powers. For instance, the power of balance, the power to see through illusions, the power to overcome infirmities, the marriage of contraries. There's just so much here, and I could spend an entire other episode discussing this. The Nuctemeron, according to the Hebrews, is also discussed and has been extracted from ancient Talmud. So this is discussed not just in one place, but in many. In the Hebrew discussion of the Nuctemeron, the first hour, God combines the scattered fragments of earth. He kneads them together and forms one mass, which it is his will to animate. Then God designs the form of the body. He separates it into two sections so that the organs may be double, for all force and all life result from two, and it is thus the Elohim made all things. The third hour, the limbs of man, obeying the law of life, manifest of themselves and are completed by the generative organ, which is composed of 1 and 2 figure of the triadic number. In the fourth hour, God breathes upon the face of man and imparts in him a soul. In the fifth hour, man stands upon his feet. He is weaned from the earth. He walks and goes where he will. In the sixth hour, the animals pass before Adam, and he gives a suitable name to each. In the seventh hour, God gives Adam a companion brought forth out of the man's own substance. In the eighth hour, Adam and Eve enter the nuptial bed. They are 2 when they lie down, and they arise, they are 4. In the ninth hour, God imposes his law on man. In the 10th hour, Adam falls into sin. In the 11th hour, the sinner is condemned to labor and to expiate his sin by suffering. And in the 12th hour, man and woman undergo their sentence. The expiation begins, and the liberator is promised. All of this sounds unrelated, but when you read it closer, it has some relation to it, and it's interesting that it's been discussed in so many texts, but the original Nuctemeron may not actually exist because it was burned in the fire of Alexandria. So this gives you a lot to think about, and it's just cool. In any case, you can find all episodes of The Reality Revolution at therealityrevolution.com. And welcome to The Reality Revolution.